Well, technically, I'm early. Hi. Waiting for it's wait for the stream to sync with me. That's always fun. Come on. You can do it, little stream. Come on. Come on. Come on. There it goes. Wait, no, never mind. I lied. I can't see you guys. Hold on. Okay, now I'm good. Hello, hi, how you doing? We good? Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I was gonna do this morning. I was scheduling this last night, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm totally gonna do this in the morning. And then my parents texted me. They're just like, yeah, you're gonna be at brunch tomorrow, right? And I'm like, right, yeah, family stuff. So that's why we're doing it tonight, or this evening. It's evening for me. Anyway, so full disclosure, I haven't seen anything. Well, that's not a full disclosure. That's a partial disclosure. I haven't watched anything. I didn't watch the Nod Cry teaser. I didn't watch the special program. I have seen like some screenshots, some select screenshots. I've seen a little chatter back and forth. So I'm like somewhat primed for what to expect, but I haven't seen nearly everything. I know that. I peeked. Well, you know, it yeah. I'm the person who has to, you know, lick the cake batter out of the bowl before the cake is done. It's irresistible, man. Okay, so I've got the events video up here because I want to check the volume before we get started. And I thought that was like one of the safest things to watch without being too spoiled. We won't watch much of this. I just want to make sure that the audio sounds okay to you, like the balance is okay. Because like I said, I haven't watched anything, so we're going to watch it. And I guess this qualifies as a live reaction, I guess. So I'm just gonna, let me know if that sounds okay to you guys. Or if it's too loud, or if it's not loud enough, if it's, you know, somewhere in. Does this sound okay? Good volume levels? Okay, good. Awesome. I'll pause it there then, and we'll just we'll jump right in. Oh my god, guys, we have a lot to watch, and I know there's gonna be a lot to talk about. I already have thoughts about some things that I saw in some screenshots that I definitely want to talk about. So like I know how long we're gonna be here for. So calm your supers, please. But I might ignore them for a while. Just so you know. I might ignore them a little bit. We'll talk about it later. I'll come back to you guys. What do we start with? We're gonna just start with the special program, right? Right. All right, let's start here. Ready, steady, go!
まさに滅びの災いと呼ぶにふさわしいわ。
We're still in Japanese, I see.
苦痛と消えることのない呪い。
だからよそ者なんて信用するなって言ったんじゃないか。
そして救世主の誕生。運命の食器はついに役目を果たしたの。
アビス教団の名は知ってたが、これほど大規模で広範囲な動きを見せるのは初めてだ。まるでナタ相手に戦争を仕掛けようとしてるような。
宇宙船スリープポット？まさかお前がテイアットに来た時に乗ってた宇宙船のことか？
この数ヶ月の間で42の星が消えた。何者かがずうずうしくもこの世界から吸い取っているのだ。
災いはいつか必ず訪れる。みんなもそう言ってるわ。
彼女の存在を無視し続けたらいつか本当に彼女の声が聞こえなくなってしまうからね。
すぐそこにいるじゃない。
お前の魂は欠けていて、傷口にはアビスに侵食された跡が見られる。アビスの力の使い方を学ぶつもりもないのなら、私が代わりに調べるしかない。
Oh, she got a new outfit.
無に着せ
2 new outfits.
この手に
I see she's a fish.
烈空星々よ静かに眠
That's appropriate.
はじめまして、私はダリア。セピロス教会の女才で風神バルバトスの伝道師です。
Oh god, that's Dahlia's voice. That threw me. I'd only
面白くなってきた。
I think I was listening to him in Japanese or in Chinese for the paralogism quest. That threw me.
私の夜はここで終わる。だがお前の旅はまだまだ続く。
お前は私の師匠極悪鬼スルトロッチを知っているのだろう。
戦線は総崩れだ。
真っ向の剣ダインスレイブ。これがお前の望んだことか。
お兄ちゃんはいつも運命を変えようとしてる。でも今回は何としても止めてみせる。
よくやったスカーク。今回も生き残れたか。
今もなお運命の食器は動いているのか。
なぜお前が鈍性のクジラの権能を持っている。
するとロッチ。
Is that the same guy who's like inside the narwhal? It was too quick, I couldn't quite tell.
と邪悪さに気づいた時にな。
500年前にお兄ちゃんと再会する機会を逃すわけにはいかないから。
いずれ本物の宇宙に帰るだろう。
旅の終点で2人の新たな始まりが待ってる。
I think it's funny that they're talking about the end of the journey when they added an entire year to the journey. Well, that's a lot to dissect. We will do that. Let's go through the whole special program first, and then we're gonna come back and go through the trailer again, and probably multiple times, and then also the Not Cry teaser, because there's also that too. But that was a lot. That was a lot. Let's pause really quick so I'm not ignoring people for too long. Yule, thank you for the super. So excited to know your thoughts on this. I have many of them. This is going to be a little chaotic. Razor Claw 999, thank you for the super as well. What are your thoughts on the YouTuber putting words in your mouth about Nodcry's existence? Listen, the internet doesn't like nuanced takes. That's really all it is. Apparently the idea of like not liking the way a company is approaching their storytelling and still being on board with whatever they feed as far as lore goes. Apparently those two ideas can't coexist, but you know, whatever. It is what it is. I think it's really worth giving too much attention to be honest. Like, people are always going to misconstrue what you say. What's that one tweet that people always quote all the time where they're just like, if you go online and say you love pancakes and somebody else shows up in the comments and says, so you hate waffles? And it's like, no, that's a whole different sentence. It's like that. That's how I feel about it. But anyway, I think I'm caught up now, right? Yeah. Okay, awesome. Great. Let's go. It's like that. Bean soup moment? Beans? What is bean soup moment? What is that? What about crepes? I mean, crepes are... I like savory crepes. I don't think I've ever actually had a sweet crepe. Think of it. I actually like waffles more than pancakes. I feel like I should love pancakes, but every time I have them, they're always like spongy and then they get like really saturated and soggy.
Hello, travelers. Welcome to the Genshin Impact version 5.7 special program. I am Aileen Mythen, the voice of Dahlia, and hosting with me today, we have...
Hey everyone, I'm Kat Pratano, rhymes with Capitano, the voice of Child's Master, Skirk.
And I'm Katiana Sarkissian, the voice of the Pyro Archon herself, Malika.
I keep reading her name as Cat Potato.
Well, after seeing that trailer, this version seems absolutely stacked.
Apologize.
We're getting the next installment of the Twins quest in this version. Woo, 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 woo. Yippee!
And let's not forget, Skirk is finally here, you guys. Yup. I cannot wait to see how all these stories unfold.
Her first appearance left quite the impression, didn't it? So mysterious.
Yeah.
Why does she look like a memo keeper? Sorry, I'm gonna...
I mean, I'm pretty sure that interaction left us all with far more questions than answers.
Yeah, I mean, she did give us a few clues about herself, though. Remember? In the primordial
This
sea
looks...
at the end
okay.
of the Fontaine
Hold
arc.
on. I promised myself I wouldn't do this, and I'm breaking my promise already, but I saw her, like, full... Hold on. We're gonna... I have to do this now. Forget. Here. Doing the combat stuff. Doing... She was using her idol. Saw her idol around here-ish. There it is. I saw this, and I was like, where have I seen that before? And then it was like... That is just straight up Black Swan's idol, isn't it? Like, yeah. She like sits in air and then she like has all the crystals floating around her and then she plucks one. Well, I guess she turns them into tarot cards or something similar, but like that is... Hold on. This is annoying me. Even the belts and stuff. I'm kind of like... Where are we? Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but between the color schemes matching, the thigh highs, the belts...
You seem to be different again.
The crystal... I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I don't know, man. That's a memo keeper. That's a memo keeper.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that interaction left us all with far more questions than answers.
Okay, I know it could just be how Hoyoverse animates floating. It could be. It's very specific though, and given like the crystalline aspect of her, the thing. I'm gonna do this a lot. I know I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna pause this video so many times. I apologize in advance. I hope you guys have all watched this already. Otherwise, this is gonna be unbearable. I know it. The fact that she's so crystalline on so many parts of her body, she's very much like the memory crystallization data entities that you see inside of Star Rail, which are made out of memoria. You know what I mean? And then, like, technically speaking, memo keepers like Black Swan are memetic entities. They don't have a real body. They're made out of, like, memetic substances. Presumably, they're crystallized memory data. Presumably, they're a memory-based life form. So, like, I'm looking at Skirk in that capacity, okay? It's not just the hovering animation. Lots of people could have a similar hovering animation. It's the combination of this hovering animation, the color palette, and the crystallization, and the crystal shard she's holding. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, she did give us a few clues about herself, though. Remember? In the primordial sea at the end of the Fontaine Archon quest?
Right. Here's the other thing.
Though,
Here's the other thing.
Here's
Here's one more thing. Black Swan's ultimate is also busting through glass. If you guys have ever seen it, it's like an abyssal sort of thing. There's dark hands, they bust through a stained glass window. Glass shot, like her whole thing is all about busting through glass. I'm looking at Skirk now being like, that's all busted. Okay.
See at the end of the Fontaine.
That's all I'm seeing. I'm just seeing a memo keeper.
Right. Something about the remains of a descender, the foul, the visionary. I feel like I still don't know what any of it means, though.
I mean, that's fair. So far, all we know about her
Baby
past
Black
is
Swan.
that
No,
she
she's a
trained
fish.
under the foul Sertology.
So, Certology isn't just some ordinary mentor.
Oh, definitely not. Dainsliff revealed that Certology is one of the 5 sinners of Conria, and someone who possesses all-encompassing power. Imagine training under someone like that. A walk in the park, let me tell you.
Well, maybe that explains.
You're gonna disagree on the color palette thing? Okay, I'll challenge you one more time on that one. Hold on. I'll challenge you on that one. If I can find a good image of one of these crystal shards. When you activate these crystal shards, you are revealed. You get I wonder if I can just like putting a lot of star rail in my Genshin, saying. These are just the locations. Hold on. I have these recorded. I'm just gonna bring it up because if I don't, you won't know what I'm talking about. It's gonna be like a whole thing. It's gonna be a whole thing. Okay, hold on. Let's see, we go to 3.3. I will just do a single frame so it's not too spoilery. You guys have done 3. All right, the thing. This one is like hard to see. It's far away. I know you guys can't see anything. I know. Can you see that? Can you guys see this now? Do you see this crystallized entity here? No, you can't. Okay. Oh, that's why. Sorry. I have layers. Sorry. How's that? That's better? That better? We good? Yes. Yes. You should be able to see that now. Yeah, okay. Sorry. I have multiple layers in the sources and this was below. Anyway, so like you can see that when I can zoom in on this. I don't really want to open this in a project where I can. But you can see like the mostly blue, the pink, the purplish hues in there, the crystalline, they're literally made of crystal, the polygon-like crystal. So like when I say this reminds me a lot of Skirk and the crystalline data entities from Star Rail, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Especially because like these memory shards look a lot like what Skirk is also holding. So when she talks about coming from the outside of Teyvat and stuff like that and all that kind of stuff, all I see is a Star Rail inevitability. That's all I'm saying. I've been saying that since Simulanka when they put in the Aerial Express. I'm like, I don't think that's actually just a callback. I think that's straight up them starting to acknowledge the greater Hoyo verse, if you will. Whoops. My bad. There we go. Let's go back to the thing. Sorry. Wrong one. Okay, let's go.
How aloof and indifferent Skirk seems to be. Seriously, though, her demeanor is stone cold in a way that's almost otherworldly or something.
Isn't child
it's
missing
cold
memories?
as ice, right? Right? But I mean, the important thing is, this time we should be able to get some answers, right?
Oh, I hope so. Yes, please. I am dying to
Do I
learn
like that
more
being a
about her
thing?
past.
I have mixed feelings
then
on
be
it.
sure to check out her story quest where the Traveler and Skirk's paths will cross once again. Travelers will have the chance to uncover new clues about her past and the world of Teyvat as a whole, so don't miss out.
Ah, so Liyue is where we run into Skirk this time. Wow. It's kind of weird seeing her out and about like this, isn't it? In such a normal location.
Right?
Wait, hold on a second. Is Skirk playing an instrument?
Oh.
I mean,
A
in my
guitar.
mind, she's like this, ice queen, but here she actually looks emotional.
Yeah.
I mean, there's almost a
She's gonna
sadness
sing.
there.
Oh, yeah. It seems like that instrument means a lot to her.
Oh, you don't even know. It sure does. As for why she chooses to play it alone in a place like this, well, that's something travelers can uncover for themselves. What I can reveal is, after encountering a mysterious power in this quest, the traveler starts having strange nightmares, and it seems like Skirk is the only one who can help. Which means the only way to resolve the situation is for the two to work together.
That's a cool sword.
Okay, Slay. So we're teaming up with Skirk, huh? Okay, but like, am I the only one who's a little intimidated?
What? Intimidated by Skirk?
Just a little.
She's only a mysterious sword master with insane fighting skills and an unbreakable stone-cold exterior. Seriously though, with their ability to wield various elements and their abyssal purification powers, I think the traveler can hold their own.
Yeah, it'll be fine. No problem.
Yeah.
Okay, well, now
Dahlia really
I'm
does have
curious
big
how
venti
she got that
energy,
strong.
doesn't he?
I mean, okay, she reined in her master's pet, the all-devouring narwhal, like it was nothing.
Yeah.
And I feel like we've only seen a fraction of what she can do.
True, and just like the truth about her past, that's a question travelers will need to answer for themselves in game. So
He has the same
get
color
ready to
eyes as
play.
that lady.
But
the
considering Skirk and
Conrian
the
lady
traveler
from
will
the
need to
trailer.
fight side by side, let's take a closer look at what she can do in combat.
See you, Memo Keeper. They already put the Memo Keepers in Honkai Impact. They're gonna put them here.
I'll
Just
only
saying.
demonstrate this once.
Oh, she's got the same double single blade. What do they call it? I forget. Same thing that Child has when he does his swap.
Another frog goes out! As Child's master and someone capable of training in the Abyss, Skirk's combat skills are truly something special. First, it's worth
Seven-phase
pointing
flash
out,
state.
Skirk doesn't use a vision. Her powers come from the Abyss, but in the interest of blending in, she camouflages it to appear cryo-like in nature. And in addition, Skirk's attacks do not rely on elemental energy. She uses a special kind of energy known as serpent subtlety instead.
Well, that's
And when you tap
interesting.
her elemental skill, Skirk gains a certain amount of energy and enters a special combat state, signaled by her change in outfit, which is very cute, might I add. While in this state, Skirk's normal, charged, and plunging attacks deal cryo damage that can't be overridden. This state also increases her resistance to interruption and attack AoE. And when cryo-related reactions are triggered, multiple void rifts will appear on the field. Skirk can use her charged attack or her special elemental burst to absorb the void rifts. And after unleashing a special elemental burst, her normal attack's damage will be increased based on the number of rifts absorbed.
Aw,
So
heck
she can't
yeah.
make use of
So
particle
it's kinda
generation.
Like the more she fights, the stronger she gets.
Yeah, pretty much. Plus, holding her elemental skill is
So
another
ER's
option.
probably useless
When there
on
are
her?
void rifts on the field, holding her elemental skill will allow Skirk to absorb them and gives her the ability to quickly maneuver around the battlefield. Once she has enough energy, she can unleash her elemental burst to deal consecutive slashes of AoE damage.
I see. So she's a unit you can keep on the field for a long time. Or take out when you need a sudden burst of damage.
Pairing
Like
her
how
with
it looks like she's
Hydro and
absorbing a ton of
Cryo
particles if she
characters
doesn't use
also further enhances her abilities. And if your team is comprised entirely of Hydro and Cryo characters, your party member's elemental skill level will be increased by 1.
Whoa, so she enhances her party members' skills too. Once a mentor, always a mentor, I guess.
Oh yeah.
It sounds like Tartaglia had a great teacher.
Oh, he sure did.
Well, considering what she did in 3 months.
Her camouflaged abyssal
impressive.
powers.
Right.
The special effects are incredible.
Right? And when she enters her special combat state, her outfit changes too. Okay, slay. It looks a lot more suited for battle, don't you think?
Oh, yeah. So it seems like travelers can approach combat in 2 ways then. You can use her special combat state to dish out damage with cryo-infused attacks and heighten this damage by absorbing void rifts with her special elemental burst. Or after other Hydro and Cryo party members have generated
I do think it's interesting that they're basically saying, hey, abyssal energy can disguise itself as any kind of energy. Or at least she has the ability to make it do that. Because that does help draw a pretty clear parallel between elemental energy and abyssal energy to a degree. Like you could almost call it like a wild card, you know?
Void rifts, you can take to the field to quickly
Abyss
absorb
mimic
them and build up energy to unleash
Abyss mimic
powerful
elements, yeah,
slashes
you're
with a
right.
normal elemental burst.
They can mimic
both
other
seem
life forms.
really,
I guess they
really
can mimic
useful.
other elements.
And since
no problem.
Cryo and Hydro characters enhance Skirk's skills, there are tons of team comp possibilities here.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, hey, speaking of, what about Dahlia? He's a Hydro character, right? Sounds like he could be a good fit for Skirk.
Oh, I think you're onto something here. We got to know him a bit during the Mondstadt interlude. He's so refined, but also kind of mischievous at the same time. One thing we haven't seen, though, is what he can do in combat. Want to give us the scoop, Aileen?
You got it. You are in for a treat.
Let's go.
All right, let's see what... Oh... Hydro sword, okay.
This should be fun. Hey,
Is it a spring?
Animal Archon.
It's a water spring, I get it. It's a pun. Spring forth. That's funny.
Okay, so Dahlia is a Hydro Sword user and support character who can use his elemental burst to provide a Hydro shield for his teammates.
Oh, it's like the shield appears in response to his prayer.
Yes, and for a certain period of time, after unleashing his elemental burst, Dahlia can gain stacks of benison by hitting enemies with normal attacks or triggering freeze reactions. So when his shield breaks, Dahlia can consume his stacks of benison to summon it again, allowing him to continuously protect his party members and to increase their resistance to interruption.
Heck yeah.
And after unlocking a specific talent, Dahlia can also boost the attack speed of the on-field character, allowing them to dish out damage even faster.
I like attack speed.
Nice. So he can help us attack without interruption and increase our attack speed? Sounds like a huge help.
And with his elemental skill, Dahlia summons Sacramental Shower and places it in a designated location. His summon has different effects depending on who comes into contact with it. So, for example, if it's an enemy, Sacramental Shower will explode, dealing AoE hydro damage to surrounding enemies. But if a nearby party member comes into contact with it, Sacramental Shower will propel them high into the air, allowing them to evade enemy attacks while gaining an aerial advantage.
Okay. So he's like really reliable in
funny.
combat, even though he seems kind of mischievous the rest of the time.
No, really.
Yes, he definitely does. He has his little mischievous thing going on. I still remember all his teasing towards Venti during the Mondstadt interlude.
But at the same time, he's also supposed to be the one who communicates with the will of Barbados, right?
I think attack speed is useful. I guess it depends on how much attack speed he actually gives,
Well, I guess first and foremost, he's Venti's friend, right? But even though he likes to tease, he's serious about his position as the Herald of Barbados. Oh, one more thing about his abilities. When Dahlia is in your party, the movement speed of your party members is increased during the day.
Hey, all the better to spread the word of Barbados. Praise Barbados, right? Is that how that works? Well, anyway, it's obvious he really cares about the people of Mondstadt.
Yeah.
Exactly. He definitely does. Besides, his mischievous nature keeps things a little bit interesting.
Yeah, I was
don't you
wondering
think?
that.
It's one of my favorite things about him.
Aww.
Speed can be good.
Now that
I mean,
we've introduced
if
our
Skirk is a
two
normal
new
attacker, which
characters
it looks
for
like she
version
kind of
5.7,
is, then
we
attack
should
speed could
probably
be
let
pretty
travelers
useful on her.
know
It just
when
depends on
they
her
can add them
ally.
to their parties.
Can do. Let's
I'm not
jump
really
right into the event wishes.
keen on doing the
In the first half of version 5.7, we'll have
mathematics
event
on
wishes for Skirk and Shenhe.
Dahlia will also enjoy a drop rate
I don't know how
boost
that
on
would
the
actually
first
work.
half banners. Plus, the new 5-star sword,
It's very
Azure
pretty.
Light, will be featured on the weapon banner.
Yes!
What if I just get
in
it
the
for
second
Kaya?
half of version 5.7, we'll have returning event wishes for Malwika and Emily.
Yippee! Pretty fire!
Alright, that's it for the event wishes. Let's talk about the story content travelers can look forward to in the new version.
Ooh, okay. This is the big one.
Yeah.
Okay, let's set the scene. During their travels, the traveler comes across evidence that seems to suggest their sibling was in Natlan.
Oh, wait up. I see Dainsliff. As we all know, that means things are about to get complicated.
Yup, very true.
Oh, I love Dainsliff. From this image, it looks like the sky has been slashed in two, and there's some kind of rift that connects to the abyss. And the traveler and their sibling are in different spaces.
I've just noticed that the tears that Luvine is making are paper. Do you guys see that? Like these ones back here are like they're kind of faded out as if they were like rough inked edges, but like down here, this looks like torn paper, doesn't it? I do have thoughts on that. Canvas adjacent. Yeah, like tearing through a canvas or like a piece of fabric even. The reason I'm saying paper is because Tevat stories and that kind of stuff, you know, we had that whole discussion before many times. The end of the journey is also the beginning. Time is meaningless. You and I are clearly looking at the same view. Space is meaningless. Till your destiny and mine collide and twine all those threads together. Cryptic as
We can
always.
still sense each other's presence.
Yes, I feel like the tension is palpable.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I mean, there was definitely some tension when we saw our sibling during the bedtime story quest.
Oh, yeah.
Although, we don't know what our sibling has been up to since then. Kari Bear did tell us that the Loom of Fate has been completed. Of course, we still don't know how powerful it is, or what's needed to activate it.
Well, call me crazy, but I feel like we're gonna find out soon.
Maybe.
It seems like all parties are converging in one place, Natlan. So maybe that's where we can get some answers.
And I know one thing travelers will encounter in Natlan: a young woman dressed in peculiar clothing, hiding out.
Well. This is interesting.
Out in a cave.
It's not just her clothing that's special.
She does not have an NPC model. Maybe it's just the flowers, but does she look a little like Loom? I might be a little nuts. Okay, never mind.
Though, look at her eyes. Wait, is she...
The plot, it thickens.
Yeah.
Well, if the Abyss Order is out in full force in Natlan, it must mean there's been a new development in our siblings' grand plan.
Yup, and the Pyro Archon and our other friends from Natlan are on high alert. But the people of Natlan want a war against the Abyss itself. There's no universe where the Abyss Order gets to run wild in Natlan unchecked.
Okay, so if we're meeting a Conrian in Natlan, either we're experiencing some sort of time dilation, or they're experiencing some sort of time dilation, or this is a very elaborate ghost. Because, like, I don't know how else you would get a Conrian in the modern day without them rotting. Or being warped or twisted in some way. Like, Kai is supposed to be an exception. And Dane has his own methodologies for stuff. The sinners don't count for obvious reasons. Oh, is there more context? Okay, let's keep going.
Well, if an altercation with the Abyss Order is in the cards, I know.
But is he the only exception? No, you're right, because Arlecchino is also technically an exception. So you are right in that. But like most of the so-called exceptions that we've seen so far, let's just leave it at the that we have seen thus far, have been like half-bloods or of unknown origin, or like, you know, like they come from mixed lineage. There's something a little bit different about them. like they're heirs to a long empire. She looks like she came out of Conria like yesterday. Kaya and Arlecchino have, you know, they were kids and they've grown up in Teyvat. So like it does feel a little different to me.
Who's gonna be on the front lines? Twilight Sword himself, of course.
I mean, I can see it now. Dainsleif going all one-man army and rushing straight into action.
We actually will get to see it this time because our old friend Dainsleif is going to help us defeat their ranks.
Ooh. Hey. Saw a thing. Saw a thing.
Because,
So he summons the thing on his chest. And chains. You see it? That's the symbol on Dainsleif's chest. Interesting.
Okay. Is going to help us defeat their ranks.
Oh, Dainsleif is never going to finish this quest. Never,
Okay.
never.
This
She's going to start this quest and be like, okay, you're in my party forever now. We're never leaving.
Let's go!
I wouldn't blame her for
As
that.
the Traveler and Dainsleif venture deep into Abyss Order territory, we'll get to see his special abilities firsthand.
Sounds
Is that
like
Och's
there's going to be a
Kanatlan?
lot of obstacles between us and finding out the deal with our sibling.
Mm-hmm.
But we've faced the Abyss Order before. We can do this. I have no doubt Travelers will come out on top.
Oh, yeah.
I guess, but the other question is, can we stop whatever our sibling is planning? What are their true goals? What does their plan mean for Teyvat? This quest might hold some very important answers.
I am so excited. I feel like this could be the start of a whole new phase in the quest to find our sibling.
Yes. It seems like it's not as simple as just finding them anymore. There's a lot more at stake.
Oh, for sure. So this is definitely one to look forward to. All right. I think this is a good place to stop and take our first break.
Yeah, I need a sec to digest all that information.
Ooh, sounds good. Take a look at the second redemption code, Travelers.
Oh,
we'll
okay.
see you on the other side.
Pause time, pause time. All right. Interesting. I'm going to hold off on saying anything about this reveal until we go back through the trailer, just because like the trailer had some other bits that are now a little bit more contextualized, I think. If I go back, I'll lose my... Okay. I know I saw some... Oh my god, Razor Claw, you're going a little nuts there, buddy. I mean, thank you, but goodness, I've been ignoring you a little bit. Sorry. Do I think that the Abyss is our next section of Genshin's story in part 2? Like, part 2 is in, like, we do, Nod, Cry, Shinajnaya, Conria, and then go to Genshin Impact part 2? Is that what you're asking? Because I kind of feel like Nod Cry is gonna be like partially in the Abyss. Like I feel like if we got our first taste of being in an Abyss-like area, like the Night Kingdom in Natlan. I know the Night Kingdom isn't technically the Abyss, but it is an Abyss-like area. Like that, yeah. It's not like the Abyss, but it's like the borderland. We'll call it that. If we got to the border, which is I think appropriate for the Night Kingdom in Natlan, then going to Nod Cry, I feel like we should start venturing further down, so to speak. And I think now that Skirk's here and she can just like navigate that space, I think that's also a pretty good indicator about venturing further in. So I'd say no. I think we're gonna get into the Abyss long before Genshin Impact Part 2. Long before. Years before. Black Swan 2.0 release or Skirk 4.3 reveal who came first. I would say Black Swan because when Skirk was revealed, she was just revealed to be Child's teacher, and like kind of the way that you can make an argument that they didn't have a complete or clear idea on exactly how or what her role really would be going forward. And then as they started fleshing out more of their universe scale world building, they kind of got a better idea, and then they sort of solidified her role. So I would say Black Swan first, honestly. Even though Skirk existed first, she didn't really exist in the same capacity. She wasn't fleshed out. Do I think the girl from the Dane quest hints that Tevat is Amphorius? No. However, is there a lot in common between what's going on in Amphorius and what's going on in Tevat? Yes. I do think that they could be similar types of planets, which is another reason why I'm like, I don't think we're going to be able to escape the star rail in Genshin for much longer. I've talked about this a little bit. I'm not going to like spend too much time on it right now. We'll get into it a little bit more later, probably. I think there's based on the fact that we've got a spaceship now. Well, we've always had a spaceship, technically. They just didn't call it that. Based on that, I do think I'm right about the Star Rail end game. So I will go into that later, I think. Anyway. Lloyd, I'm not going to talk about the Sustainer of Heavenly Principles right now. This isn't really the chat for it. That's something that we can talk about or look over on just like a regular lore chat and not like a trailer analysis, because I'm really easy to derail, and I kind of want to stick to just what's in here because there's still a lot. So if you ask the thing about the Sustainer again, I'm still going to ignore you for now. We'll have to move that to another time. As someone who hates HSR, I do not like where the story is going with all the HSR similarities. Yeah, I think that's kind of part of the, I don't know if I'll call it a problem, but I will say that it's certainly a choice, and I think it will polarize some people, and I don't know whether it brings more benefits than detriments. Right now, I don't have a strong personal opinion on it, because I can make a case for both sides. But anyway, we'll talk about it more later. You think the NPC girl is Nod Cry? Maybe there's a Conria family. No, I don't know if she's not, unless she, you know what? I said no too prematurely. There's a Nod Cry teaser to watch. There could be additional context to that. So let's hold off on any of my commentary on that for a minute. You really hate Amphorius? I think Amphorius has a very mixed reception too, so we'll see. What if she is Lumine cosplaying a Conrian woman? That would be really weird, because that would mean that if you play as Lumine, either Ether is cosplaying as a Conrian woman, or I don't think that's quite what's going on. I don't think they'll do that. I don't think they'll do that. I'm gonna skip this because I paused for way too long. Whoops, sorry.
All right, welcome back, travelers. Now
Ooh,
that we've
back to
introduced the
Sumeru.
new characters and quests, it's time
It's
to
still my
jump
favorite
into the
region.
version 5.7 events.
Let's go!
Guess why?
Oh, first up on the docket is an event
I just
that
really
takes
like
us back to Sumeru, where the Academia has developed a simulated adventure game.
Ooh.
Travelers will need to select various companion pieces to form teams and enhance their skills as they face off against various opponents in a board game style environment.
Yeah, and it's kind of like a choose your own adventure. You can go the rainforest route or the desert route. Each path has its own story and level of difficulty. And at the end of
can
each
do
adventure,
both though,
travelers
right?
will face formidable opponents that require...
Hold on. I want to read them. How dare you put these up and not give me a chance to... Oh my god.
difficulty. And
I pause now. Okay. You have no recollection of how you arrived here amidst awakening, tangling vines and surrounded by a dense forest that blocks out the sky. You don't know who you are, where you came from, or where you were going, but none of that matters. All you know that you must seek out companions and pass the many obstacles that await you in this jungle.
And at the end of each adventure, travelers will...
You have set out on your adventure at last. Now you stand armed with your mission to pass through this desert and seek the treasures left behind by King Deshret. Many perils and dangers wait, but that matters not. You have the companionship of those who have set out on this odyssey alongside you.
face
Sorry,
formidable
I just had
opponents
to.
that require a certain level of strength to defeat.
Oh, so
Oh, it's one
do
of
we make
these.
sure we're ready?
Well, travelers can enhance the strength of their pieces in
Fungus
several
versus
ways.
Saurians.
Besides
Oh god,
enhancing the pieces themselves,
this is my nightmare.
travelers might notice that the
I
pieces
love
are
dragons.
divided
I love
into
fungus.
species.
Why would you make them
Go
fight?
to battle with a lot of pieces of the same species, and you can trigger unique species features. The higher the feature
Why?
level, the stronger your pieces become.
Yeah.
This is cruel and unusual
An
punishment.
all-Saurian team could be cool. Oh, and it looks like you can also assign equipment to your pieces to make them stronger.
Yeah, that's
Oh
right.
my god, I can
And
give a dragon a
random
knife.
events and encounters will occur during the adventure, which travelers can resolve to earn helpful rewards, like extra adventure coins, which travelers can use.
What are you? Strange, pharaoh-ish looking kind of thing. Many a story makes mention of an eighth pillar beneath King Deshret, long hidden from history. Well, I can confirm these tales are true. The ragged figure dressed in peculiar garb continues. I'm a descendant of that eighth pillar, and mine is a... I'll not be able to know for weeks. An eighth pillar beneath King Deshret. Aren't the Archons considered the seven pillars of the world?
In the shop to purchase pieces to improve their lineup. Travelers can also open chests to get all kinds of useful
Oh, this is just like one of
equipment.
those.
Plus, defeating formidable opponents along the route will allow you to unlock secret techniques that can help increase the strength of your entire team.
Ooh. Of course, certain encounters can also derail your plans.
Oh yeah.
Ah, so there are also situations where it all comes down to luck.
Yeah, so I think travelers will have a lot of fun dealing with the unexpected in this event.
It's a real test of tactical thinking.
Mhm.
Plus, there's more
Oh,
to
great,
this
it
event than just the
exploded.
battle stages.
Lovely.
Oh.
Travelers can also participate in research stages that involve guiding Paimon to harvest fruit. Complete these stages to increase your speculation level and
Oh, this
unlock
kind of looks
additional buffs
fun.
for your team.
This looks like a cute little
So
game.
we actually get to put Paimon to work.
Finally.
Yup, and of course, completing this event
That's
will
cute,
reward
that's
travelers
cute.
with all sorts of goodies, including primo gems and the chance to invite Sethos to their parties.
Oh.
Nice.
All right. In this next event, an old friend and genius inventor from Fontaine is back and better than ever with a new and improved turret.
Let me guess, he needs us to clear
Oh,
out monsters
right,
in
I
an
remember this
abandoned
guy.
ruin again.
Yeah, that's right. But this time, travelers will face more formidable enemies than just slimes.
Whoa,
Hmm.
that Somatril can give shields to its allies.
Oh.
I
Yeah,
remember
but don't
this.
worry. With this new and
Okay.
improved turret, we can use several new kinds of cannonballs to help clear out our opponents.
Oh, nice.
For example, grape shot split in
So, oftentimes when they do these little events, they're testing out mechanics for future characters. Given that Nod Cry has some level of technology that the rest of Tevat doesn't seem to have, I'm wondering if this is related or foreshadowing for a future kit. Anyway.
into smaller bullets when fired are good for taking out multiple enemies at once. And directed piercing shots can be used to take down shields or target enemies hiding in the corner.
Oh.
Sounds like the type of event where you
Shatter.
can really just let loose and relieve some stress.
Oh, definitely. But strategic ammunition choices will help you clear out the battlefield even faster.
Oh, this is going to be hell on
So far,
controller,
we've
I can just
introduced
tell.
events you have to tackle solo, but this next event gives travelers the chance to work as a team. In Reminiscent Regimen Frenzy, travelers will get to team up with other players to tackle challenges made up of 3 stages, each with unique objectives.
Ooh, it'll be cool seeing what characters everyone chooses. Could make for some interesting team comps.
Well, there's a theme associated with each challenge, so your best bet is to choose a character whose skills are suited to the objective.
Oh.
But of course, every character has their strengths. Each stage also has smaller objectives that require teams to work together and combine their skills. Completing these submissions can grant buffs to your own entire team.
Nice.
That's
In
going to be
addition,
interesting.
At the beginning of each challenge, your team will be assigned random regiments to complete. Once you make it through the final stage, your team will receive additional frenzy stars based on your regimen completion status.
Yep, and remember, regiments benefit the entire team. It doesn't matter who completes them.
Okay, so, not saying I need to do this or anything, but in theory, you could kind of coast to the finish line if you needed to.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
you could.
Just have a bunch of
In
whale buddies.
theory. But I think all
Well, assuming you
travelers
can
have something
pick
to
your-
contribute.
Yeah, and at the end of the day,
Are
it's
they
about how
random?
you work
might be
together.
random.
That's the joy of co-op.
I feel like co-op is its own kind of motivation too. No one wants to let the team down.
For sure. And this time, teamwork is more important than ever. Because in this iteration of the event, dire difficulty is even more challenging.
Ooh, that means whether it comes to character selection or combat strategy, coordination is more important than
Have
ever.
we done difficulty
Good luck,
levels in co-op
travelers.
modes before?
Should be a fun
I
one.
remember.
All right, now I'm very excited to announce a new permanent event called Stygian.
Interesting. Like an inverted version of the wish screen. Oh, there's the Amphorius pen.
Onslaught.
Ooh.
In this event, travelers will be able to farm artifacts more freely and efficiently, as well as obtain artifact customization items for free.
For free?
For free.
A new permanent event. Okay, we need details now.
All right, each update will feature a challenge that is split into 3 phases, each featuring unique mechanics with 5 difficulty levels to choose from.
Ooh.
Participation
What is this new key? You're interesting. You look like a flower.
in the event will reward travelers with primo gems, artifacts, and valuable items for targeted artifact enhancement.
Okay, so you said we'll be able to farm artifacts more freely? What does that mean exactly?
It means the artifact drops aren't set in stone, and you can switch where they come from. For the first 10 days after the event begins, the leyline disturbance will be in outbreak state. During this period, travelers who clear any stage at level 3 difficulty or higher can expend any kind of resin to obtain artifacts from the leyline blossom at the end of the stage. And before the stage begins, travelers will get to choose which domain of blessing they want the artifact drops to come from.
Right, so travelers can also tackle the stages in
Interesting.
co-op, right? So you can still farm with friends.
Yes, and you'll be rewarded with additional artifacts every time you consume a certain amount of resin.
Okay, the amount of hours I'm about to pour into this thing, lock me in and throw away the key, honestly.
Oh my god, you make it sound like you're in prison. Anyway, you also mentioned something about targeted artifacts.
So wait, this is like a boss mode, but it's a permanent event and it gives stuff like Spiral Abyss and stuff, but also you can farm artifacts and spend resin in it? Or is this like, is that indefinite? Can I just spend all of my resin in here? Or like, is it limited? Huh. It's like Deadly Assault? Oh. Deadly Assault doesn't.
Artifact enhancement, Katiana. What's that about?
Yeah, right. So version 5.7 is introducing a new artifact-related item, Dust of...
Sorry, I want to read it. The power of artifacts stems from stories. Yeah, we were just talking about stories. Thus, sacred or profane writings may reshape them, of course. There is no good or evil inherent in stories. Songs and words may have the power to save as well as to destroy, just as believed by the emissary who once conveyed revelations to the holiest of sovereigns, governed the nations on earth in their glory, yet eventually fell from the high heavens. To this day, whether pure or impure, these feathers can still inscribe false revelations and rewrite fated tales. Yet the only outcome of defying the... God, get it! Oh, guys, give me 1 second. I just pulled a tick off my hip. I gotta put it in the salt bowl of shame, where all of the ticks go to die. I'll be right back. It will be dead in 30 seconds. What? You guys know I live in the woods, right? Like, we've established this, right? Like, people call me the Witch of the Woods, like, unironically, because I live in the woods. That means I have a lot of interaction with the outside. And I get a lot of ticks. I'm numb to it at this point. I got a whole bowl that is just for those little suckers. Anyway, why streaming from outside? I'm not streaming from outside. I walked my dogs in the woods earlier, and then I guess I missed this one. I didn't feel this one crawling up my leg. Wait, I live in the woods? Yeah, I live in the middle of nowhere. That's why my internet is terrible. That's why the quality of this stream is so low. It's not my computer that's the problem. It's my internet connection. Oh. You know, I spend a lot of time outside.
Of enlightenment.
Ooh.
Especially this time of year.
What is it?
Well, we all know what it's like to raise an artifact that has potential, only for it to turn out
so angry they
kinda
don't give
less
it
than
to
ideal.
us.
Yeah.
So this item is designed to help with that. So, Artifact 101, right? We all know every 4 levels, a random substat gets enhanced as you raise an artifact to level 20. But it doesn't always turn out the way you want.
Yeah.
So this item allows you to re-roll the substat enhancements of a level 20
Finally!
artifact.
Yo, wait,
What?
really?
Yeah. Before each reroll, you get to specify the types of substats you want to prioritize. After the result is revealed, you can choose to either keep the original substat configuration or accept the new
So
one.
I think
Oh my god, it's like
Zenless
being
is the
able to
only
resurrect
Hoyo game
an
without this
artifact
now,
from
isn't
the
it?
grave. Like, we really needed this.
I think so.
Yeah, really powerful, right? Starting in 5.7, travelers who participate in the new permanent event Stygian Onslaught will be able to obtain a total of
that's some
3
incentive.
Dusts of Enlightenment per version for free. And the Gnostic Hymn and Gnostic Chorus rewards will feature 1 each.
Of course.
Oh.
Of
Plus,
course. Of
during
course.
version 5.7, travelers will be able to claim 2 Dusts of Enlightenment directly from their in-game mailbox after
Zenless
logging
farming in
into Genshin
general is a
Impact.
lot better. Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
Okay, let's just pause to take that in for a sec. Oh, but I do have a question. So, according to the devs, the rewards for clearing the level 5 difficulty in the new permanent event can only be obtained by completing it solo. But what if that level of difficulty is a bit much for some people?
Yeah, like me.
Yeah, well, don't worry, I'll hard carry you.
Whoa.
Well, I will come in and the strongest travelers
know-
in Teyvat will come in to help us out.
If memory serves, I think I remember back when Genshin was in its second closed beta, I think the Abyss was co-op. I could be wrong on that. I might be misremembering. It was years ago at this point, obviously. So I could be, wrong. But I vaguely remember the closed beta Abyss being co-op.
Specifically, we're talking about travelers who have cleared an even higher level of difficulty. The characters used to complete those battles become exalted ones.
Oh.
Then, when attempting a level 1 through 5 difficulty challenge, other travelers can receive extra buffs by including exalted ones in their lineup.
Oh, cool.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Travelers can help each other even outside of co-op. I like that, and I need that.
So we can borrow characters.
Wait, hold on. You mentioned an even higher level of difficulty just now. I thought.
Wait, can we borrow characters, or do we just get?
Yeah, well, clearing
that
level
character
5
buff on our
solo
account?
unlocks a secret level of difficulty. Level 6. Dire difficulty.
Oh no.
Once you reach level 6, it's dire straits. There are no companions to turn to for comfort. No promise of primo
All
gems
these
to
endgame
drive
modes
you
are gonna
forward.
be the end of me.
Just formidable enemies and an
Too many.
unrelenting desire to prove yourself.
Okay, that definitely sounds dire. So you're telling me travelers really don't get anything in return for accomplishing something like that?
Well, we'll just have to wait and see now, won't we?
What?
I can't wait.
What do you mean wait
All
and
right.
see?
That's it for Stygian Onslaught. Just a reminder, the outbreak period
What kind of
begins the
tease is
second
that?
Wednesday after a version update, or 8 days into the new version. So don't forget to gather your friends and get farming when the time
The
comes.
rewards is bragging rights,
All right,
guys.
time to lock in. Travelers might also be excited to hear that the next installment of the Traveler's Tales is coming in version 5.7.
Okay, Slay. Last time was so much fun.
Oh,
We
this
got
is
to
the on
reunite
map
with
thing.
so many old friends
Yeah, okay.
and make a lot of great new memories.
Yeah, why don't we take a look at some of the encounters in store for us this time around?
Yes.
Whoa, hang on a sec. So Tom was back in Mondstadt, and he's drinking with Kaya at the Angel's Share?
Huh. I never thought about it before, but now that I see it, yeah, I feel like they totally make great drinking buddies. Oh, I love him.
Looks like he's got quite the posse around him.
Oh, it's so cute. I want to know what they're talking about.
Oh, and it looks like Dory's in Inazuma. Is she trying to sell something to Sayu?
Oh, of course.
Oh no, someone save Sayu. She's too innocent for Dory schemes.
Honestly, though, a crafty merchant like Dory could show up anywhere, and I wouldn't be surprised. I bet we even run into her and not cry at some point.
Ooh,
that
I wonder
wouldn't
how many other
surprise me.
friends will show up this time.
From what I've heard,
In case that comment sounds like it's kind of out of nowhere, we do have to remember that Dory and Alice are friends. So I would not, I agree, I would not be surprised if Dory showed up and not cry. Because, like, the Hexen Circle's up there. So.
it's quite a few. So keep a lookout while exploring the open world, travelers.
Ooh.
Being able to run into characters
Little
in the open
underdressed
world
for a
is
cold
such
region,
a
but,
nice
you know.
addition. I wish it was part of every version.
Right?
Yeah.
I know. It really makes the open.
You guys remember that Alice voiced both Dory and Wanderer's collected miscellany instead of Dane, right? You guys remember that? I wonder if that's going to come into play.
World feel more alive and interactive.
Yeah, and luckily the devs feel the same way. The devs have said that making Traveler's Tales a permanent event is in the works. So travelers can
That's
look
awesome.
forward to that sometime in the future.
Love that.
Yippee!
Finally, Overflowing Abundance is returning at the end of version 5.7. Travelers can look forward to double the talent and weapon ascension material
Aloys
drops.
too, you're right,
so
you're right.
don't
I
miss
forgot
out.
about that one.
In addition, new Envisaged Echoes challenges will be added in version 5.7.
Oh, for the Raiden Shogun in Shenhe.
Oh, Shenhe's Echo is so cool. I see sigils and pops of red in there. Okay, girl, very fitting.
And the Raiden Shoguns like petals floating in the wind. The purple matches so well.
So pretty.
Yep, so if you want to claim them, make sure your characters are ready. Travelers can also look forward to some Genius Invocation TCG updates, including new character and action cards. You can now add Mawika and, Seatlolly and Chaska to your decks.
Don't miss out, Genius Invocation fans. All right,
I
that
haven't
brings
played
us to
Genius
system
Invocation in
optimizations that
ages.
travelers can look forward to in the new version.
Literally
First
ages.
up is an improved resource management feature for mobile players.
Oh.
Simply put, it's a practical update designed to reduce the package size of the mobile version.
Levi's under my
Dude,
chair.
nice. I feel like our phones will thank us.
After the 5.7 update, travelers will receive a pop-up notification after opening Genshin Impact on mobile,
Why?
asking them to choose from different resource plans.
Okay.
Under
Oh,
the
okay,
basic
that's not
plan,
bad.
the
That's actually
system will
kinda
retain
nice.
the necessary resources for daily gameplay and optimize the resource usage for some Archon quests, story quests, and hangout events.
Okay, so that means clearing
kinda
out
nice.
some old quest resources to save storage space, right? But what about players whose progress is a bit all over the place? How does that work?
Don't worry, the dev team has accounted for that. The system will provide different guidance and solutions based on account progress and quest status to ensure that travelers still have a smooth gaming experience. And
did
when
it
you
say it
need
was
to
only
start an
mobile?
Archon quest,
I thought it was
story
just, like,
quest,
in
or hangout
general.
event that isn't enabled, the system will download the required resources
okay.
as needed.
Slay?
Yo.
These are controller icons, so this has to be able to be available on at least console. But like I would definitely assume that if it's on console, it's on PC. If it's only mobile, why did they give us these? I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I'm just saying, like, why would they do this? Why would they lie? Mobile has controller support. That is not a good excuse. That is misleading. Bad marketing.
So travelers
Bad.
who haven't updated the mobile version in a long time might be able to free up quite a bit of storage space with this optimization.
I need that.
And it sounds like a great option for cross-platform players who maybe rely on mobile more for the small stuff.
Yeah, of course, if you don't have storage concerns,
so
nothing
stupid!
has to change. You can just choose to keep all game resources instead. And this setting can be changed at any time in the Paimon menu.
My phones
where you
have
can
more
choose
free
for
space than
completed
my
quest
PC does.
resources to be automatically cleared in future version updates. Or for all game resources to be updated as normal.
Oh, okay.
This should also make it easier for people to try out Genshin
Oh, you're right. It
Impact
is an
for the first
accessibility
time.
indicator.
Yeah.
Oh,
For
shit.
further details, be sure to check
forgot.
out the developers discussion as well as future announcements across Genshin Impact's official accounts.
Right. They
Okay,
are doing a
And
tap.
you will now be able
Okay,
to
I
directly
didn't
use
see that.
Fragile Resin to claim rewards from
And now
Leyline
they're on
Blossoms
PC
and
again.
common challenge
Oh, the
domains,
consistency.
like artifact and talent material domains. This also applies to the artifact drops in the new permanent event we introduced earlier.
Okay, that's a nice QOL.
Fragile
I'll
resin
take
is
that
worth
one. That one's
60
nice. That one's
original
nice.
resin. So that means you get triple the drops. Should
That
save
is
a few
nice.
trips to the crafting bench, that's for sure.
Also, the Adventurer Handbook will now have guide entries for 40 resin bosses,
What is
which should be helpful if you run into a boss you're not quite sure how to crack.
And the icons will be displayed in the order the bosses were unlocked, which should make it more intuitive to navigate.
All right.
Okay, first off, I'm not flexing my gaming phone necessarily. It's more like there's just more stuff on my PC in general. Because, like, if you think about it, on my phone, there's just the games, right? There's just games. That's it. But on my computer, there's the games, there's my working files, there's all of my footage, and then, like, all of other stuff that I would have for other purposes, you know, like outside of game. Like, there's more stuff on my PC than there is on my phone because my phone only has games on it. Actually, like even my regular phone, like the one I use on a daily basis, that one it's still like 500 gigs, but I've only used like, I don't know, maybe 80 gigs total out of it. So like, no matter how you slice it, I got more room on my phones than I do on my PC.
Let's move on to some optimizations for the Spiral Abyss. When moving to the next floor or restarting a challenge, you can now save your current party lineup or clear it with a single click.
Oh, easy.
And you
Well,
can claim your challenge
finally.
rewards directly
That's
after
nice.
completing floor 12. If you're not satisfied with your performance, you can also restart the challenge directly from the finalization screen.
Nice. Small things here and there really add up over time.
Yeah, so hopefully these optimizations make for a better experience overall.
All right. Well, that was another long one, you guys, but it's not over yet. A mystery guest left a message for us, so let's check it out along with the third redemption code.
A mystery guest.
旅人の皆さんこんにちは、鈴木愛理です。今回ゲーム原神の皆さんと一緒にお仕事をすることになりました。とても嬉しいです。ありがとうございます。私は、スカークというキャラクターのアニメショートテーマソングの、スター・オデッセイという楽曲を歌わせていただいたんですが、この楽曲は全編英語で世界各国というか世界にこう届ける歌ということで、もう全て英語の詩なので、私にとってはこの世界に入って初めての経験でとてもドキドキしたのですが、
Japanese idol singers?
皆さんと一緒に気持ちを共有できたらいいなと思って今からとてもワクワクしています。スカークの歴史を聞いてすごく強いけど孤独と戦いながら今日まで生きてきた、そんな強くてかっこいい女性っていうのを頭に置きながら歌を歌いましたので、その気持ちが届くと嬉しいです。 この楽曲はショートフィルムと同時公開されます。皆さんぜひ楽しみにしていてください。愛理でした。
So when do we get that?
OMG! An animated short for Skirk and a song! Let's go!
Wait, when do we get that? Can we have it now?
Well, you guys,
Get it
that
now?
brings us to the end of our announcements for this version.
No!
That was a whirlwind.
Oh, it certainly was. So, what are you all looking forward to the most? For me,
Lore!
I have to say,
I want
although it's a
lore!
little biased, I am
Give me
clearly
lore!
excited for everybody to meet Dahlia.
Yeah.
Alright,
But, you know, I'm also really excited about the new permanent
right. Okay.
content like Stygian Onslaught. How about you guys?
It's kind of hard to pick just one. I mean,
Is the
I'm
non-cry
excited for
teaser at the end of this
Malika,
too? Like, not just in its own
CG,
video?
but,
If that's the case, we'll just let it play.
I'm also really excited to see Nabila, my fave, in the Traveler's Tales.
Yes. Well, I'm really
Okay,
excited
okay.
for I might be a little biased as well. I'm really excited for
Alright, I'm
Skirk.
repositioning myself. I got another foot on Levi's butt.
I'm
Nice and
also
toasty.
so excited for Dahlia.
Ready.
And like we've been waiting so long for these characters, and also Dane's Lip. I'm so excited, and that animated short. Oh my gosh! And also, of course, the lore girlies. We are eating so well this patch. I'm so excited for that.
Lore
Twins
girlies?
quest.
Yes, I feel like it's clear from the last few patches that the story has really been amping up lately, and this version seems to be no exception.
Yeah, right? I mean, pretty soon we'll be in our 5th year of adventuring, if you can believe it. It feels like it was just yesterday.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
So it feels like we're really getting to see how a lot of elements that seemed separate at first are starting to converge.
Mm-hmm. And after what we saw in the dev team's Nod Cry teaser, I'm even more excited to see how the story unfolds from here.
Right? And we hope travelers have fun doing the same.
Okay, so that's it for the Genshin Impact version 5.7 special program. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody.
Ad Astra Abyssos, travelers, and happy adventuring!
Can I get 5 big booms?
Boom, 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 boom!
I really expected her to say boobs.
Wait a second.
I don't know
It
why.
looks like another friend from afar is rushing over to share some interesting news.
All right, let's go.
Nod Cry, an ever-changing landscape of ruin, a marvel corroded by time. In the forest, where the nights were once undisturbed save for a few rays of moonlight, the wild hunt's shadow grows. There are those who bear the name of Frost Moon, living where the silver light shines. Others carry the torch, fending off the darkness and cold with their blades. I hear that the snow and fae still yearn for the frosts of old, while the Fatui look to the stars above, trying in vain to seize the false firmament. Then there are the nights, draped in the west wind, nearing the end of a long and arduous...
But I saw this screenshot. That is Aventurine. No one will convince me it's not. Aventurine made it into this game somehow. And he is doing the Monty Python across the land. You guys know what I'm talking about? That's not Varka. That is Aventurine. I mean, maybe we could do Varkavasha. It's Kakavasha? There's a lot of syllables. Kakavasha? Varkavasha? What if it's Aventurine's dad, huh? What are you gonna do then? What are you gonna do then? That's friggin' Aventurine, okay. Are you trying to tell us that coconuts migrate? Yes.
This mission. My friends, of course, shan't be outdone. They will no doubt bring a magical charm.
And there she is! The Wonderland lady herself! Hot damn. I'm feeling pretty pleased with myself right now. I was doing pretty good when I made my estimate of what I thought she would look like. It's pretty good. Pretty proud of that.
Of the world.
Freaking finally!
And just as the stone craves the sculptor's hand, so does fate await your gaze. Pour me another cup of tea, if you'd be so kind. The story is about to begin.
So that's Nicole. That's Nicole. We have a very, very special Sealy variant of Nicole that looks a weird amount like Mem. I'm just gonna come out and say it. That looks a bit too much like Mem for my liking. I'm just saying it. Just saying it. Isn't Nicole talking? Yeah. I mean, either this is Nicole, because we've always had a suspicion that she's a Sealy based on the dialogue that Wolfie has in the Imaginarium Theater, or this is someone who happens to serve Nicole, which would mean that she's at a position higher than your standard Sealy. The voiceover? Yeah, no, that voiceover is certainly Nicole. We got Alice, we got Nicole. Like, jeez, man. Ooh, that's a pretty picture. That's a very pretty picture. Well, boy. Where do we start? Where do we even start? We're just missing Barbelleth. No, we've seen a statue of Barbelleth, though. There was a statue of Barbelleth in Simulanka. Does that not count? We got her. Where's Alice's elf ears? I think she probably has them, but they're hidden behind her hair. I would assume. Because like, you can't really see behind her hair. If they're like not super long elf ears, then like if they're the shorter ones, then they could fit there. But I gotta say, Alice in this image at least is giving Herta. I know I've been mentioning a lot of Star Rail. I really feel like it's about to be a very, very, very relevant. This has Herta energy. This has big Herta energy. The Klee. The Alice. It does look a little bit, so let's see. I don't know if you guys remember, I took a stab at, what I thought Alice would look like at one point. That's not the right file. Oh, silly goose. Wrong thing. Hold on. I'm pulling something up. There it is. Where's my thing? Okay. You guys remember this? At one point I took a stab at whoops. One point I took a stab at what I thought Alice was gonna look like. I think I did pretty good. I'm not super on top of it, but I did pretty good. I got the middle bit. I got the middle bit. Here, I'm gonna hide the book. Got the middle bit. I got the bow. Didn't really get the hat as well as I should have, but I got the hair pretty okay. Feeling pretty good about that. I'm feeling pretty good about that, yeah. No lipstick. Yeah, I kind of wish the lipstick kind of adds a level of maturity, I think, personally. And given that they tend to draw their characters very young looking, I kind of wish they went with that. Maybe it'll be in her model and not just in this. But yeah, I'm pretty pleased with that. I did pretty good. Not bad, not bad. Although I didn't get the braids. Definitely did not get the braids, but you know, feeling good. I like it. Cool. That was a lot. That's a lot of information. That is a lot of information. Where do we even start? I don't even know where to start now. Where do we start, guys? I mean, there's one thing I noticed over here is that we have 2 moons. You guys see that? Noticed that right from the start. We've got 1 big moon, got 1 little moon. That's new. You want to start at the spaceship? Watch it all over again. We have 3? I don't think we have 3 moons. I only see 2. Because there's like this one over here, and then there's this one right here. See another one. It might be the particles of the plant. It could be. It kind of like, if you look, it kind of like, oh yeah, no, you're right. It could be the particles of the plant. Oh, okay, because there's one right here. Because it's like, okay, I see it. So these are moon resonating plants. Even that's kind of cool. So here's one here, and then if you watch, it moves over here. So these are actually like emanating moon particles. That's cool. I was wondering what these little resonate-y lines were. I wonder if they'll sing. You know, like I wonder if these are going to be like sound waves. Moons, more moons. Interesting that they're calling Nod Cry a landscape of ruin. I wonder if the Wild Hunt has really decimated everything, like a lot. Because this definitely looks it's going to be so interesting though, because like it seems like some of the areas are still going to be like pristine and very beautiful, like we saw in the web event. You know how we saw that initial map? It seems like some of them are going to look like that, but like this looks pretty burnt forest devastation. This abyssal corrosion kind of like interesting. I wonder if we'll actually get to fight these monsters. I wonder if these are previews of new enemies, because like if we get to fight some enemies whose heads are like actually on fire all the time, that's going to be kind of sick. A lie. Those look like ethereals. Yeah, okay, so like see like this place is really beautiful, obviously not decimated. I didn't realize that they were actually going to give the deer moon antlers either. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'm wondering though, like, do you think these antlers are a part of the headpiece, or do you think they're actually part of her head? Okay. Curious about that. Looking at these flowers. You guys see these flowers down here at the bottom? You can kind of see them right here too. I don't know if the picture's clear enough for you guys to see them well. Can't tell from this resolution. Yeah, I kind of figured. Please tell me those are Homa antlers. I mean, they're not Homa antlers. A burnt forest teapot sounds kind of sick. Like an apocalypse teapot. It would be kind of cool. So these guys are going to be like the Fatui that don't work for the Tsaritsa. In that they are like the guardsmen. This one looks playable. It is curious that in an abyss-corroded area like this, they have a lighthouse. Because that definitely gives some more Enkanomiya vibes when you think about it. the outfit looks suitable. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like you compare this one to these other ones. There's a lot more detail in this one, and it really does look playable. Wait, did the people of Frostmoon have some kind of horn? I don't know if those are part of the headdress or part of her head. But you see, like right here, this lady at least has horns, little horns on the front of her head. I don't know if that's like part of her headdress or not. Because I can't see this guy and these two are way too far away. So it's hard to say, but like, would be interesting if they did. I have a feeling it's probably part of the headpiece. We got a preview of them from the dev stream for Nod Cry and they seem fake. Oh, was it on one of the screens? Where they were doing the concept art? Either way. I will say, much as I hate to do this, first off, why is this city on fire? It's not just me, right? Like, it actually looks like this place is on fire, right? Like, it's actually on fire. These are all ruins. I don't think this is like a functional anything. These are ruins and something's on fire. That's the aura for the sun. The sun's up here. Is this supposed to be like the rising sun and then this is the light from the lighthouse? Because that's certainly a choice. I thought the light was coming from her flashlight. It just looks like the place is on fire. This one is interesting. This one's interesting. I did see a couple of people say that they thought this might be Columbina. I don't think it's Columbina. But I do think, based on how this Snowland Fae looks, that it's possible Columbina could be from Snowland Fae. A while back, I was talking about how I learned, how I was learning about the origin of the word Eld. I can't talk today. I was learning about the origin of the word Eldritch, and it meant elf-like or fae-like. Because like the elves or the fae were considered to be a form of weird, mysterious, magical sort of things. And so Eldritch was just supposed to be like, this is like the magic of the fae or the elves and things like that. I always thought that was kind of interesting because I started associating Eldritch horror with abyssal stuff. And so when we have elves like this, like literal fae, literal elves, literal, you know, that kind of stuff, like, I can't help but conflate them. And I'm still not quite sure what the relationship is, but it does occur to me that now that we've seen an Elfland or a Snowland Fae, and the Hexen Circles in Nod Cry, is Klee not actually a Snowland Fae? Are there Summerland Fae? Are there only Snowland Fae? Because that would be interesting. I don't know what it would mean for Nahida, but it would mean that like Puccinella could be a Snowland Fae. You know? He could be like a Fae or an elf or any of those kind of eldritch beings. They can call them that and it's accurate. Imbibe Lune. Yeah, that was the thing, is like I started linking them with the abyss and dragons and that kind of stuff, and I'm kind of like, but I've also always been on the argument of I've always been on the side of arguing for Seelies and Fae and dragons and stuff like that to all be the same thing. Because like Seelies are another type of fairy or Fae or elf or anything else. I know they're angels in this game, but like they're a Seelie is, you know, literally a type of fae. A fairy king Puccinella. So friggin' funny. Dude, if they make him a fairy king, I will 100% pull for him and triple crown him if they give him butterfly wings. Like, please, I'm begging. Give us playable Puccinella and give him butterfly wings. It'll be amazing. Everyone will love it. It'll be fantastic. Oberon, yes, exactly. You see the vision. You see the vision. I want him to do a transformation like Skirk did, but instead of getting a long fish shell, he just gets beautiful butterfly wings and flits about and like stabs people with a sword. It would be great. It's funny. She's very naked though, goodness. Girl, we need to get you some clothing. It's cold out here. All right. So, is this the thing that everyone's calling this spaceship because the Fatui are looking to the stars above, trying to seize and vein the false firmament? I struggle so hard with the word firmament. Anytime I have to do it in a script, I have to read it like 10 times. Every single time. I can't handle it. I've just started calling it the sky barrier because I can't handle it anymore. So I guess one of the reasons I wasn't really too shocked about the fact that they're talking about a spaceship and the fact that this might actually be a spaceship is because the twins fell to that in a meteorite. And I think we've known that since year 1, if memory serves. Like, we've known that for a long time. But if you think about it, if you're in a fantasy world, right, like, and a spaceship falls out of the sky, like, you're going to call it a meteorite. You're not going to call it a spaceship. You won't know what a spaceship is. So, like, it would make sense that, like, they would come to Earth in a fallen meteorite that's actually a spaceship, but no one knew to call it that at the time. They say in JP part that they arrived on a spaceship. Oh, you mean instead of a meteorite? Like the original text doesn't say meteorite, it says spaceship in Japanese. That would be interesting. Are we sure that the spaceship context was referring to the Traveler and not Skirk? Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure it would be referring to the Traveler and not Skirk, because, like, I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense for it to be related to Skirk, necessarily. Because, like, I don't know. Skirk feels, I don't want to say more native to Teyvat, but, like, she feels like she has more freedom of movement than the Travelers do. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like the Travelers need some sort of external something to get them around. Whereas Skirk just kind of pops in and out of existence at will. Aren't this twin stars that could travel around, though? I mean, twin stars could be a twin-engine spaceship for all we know. You know, if you're a traveling star, you could be a spaceship. There's nothing different from, like, a meteorite flying across the sky and looking like a shooting star versus a spaceship flying across the sky and looking like a shooting star. It's possible that if you try to explain yourself as a space traveler to a fantasy world, you would say, I am a star. I am a traveling star, because that would be easier to comprehend. You know what I mean? Like, from a mythology standpoint. It's, like how Cypher is a car? What? And we have the doctor. So the doctor wants to go to the sky. That's awesome. Oh, they started a special program. They said spaceship to Teyvat. Yeah. That's what I thought I heard. So this must be what Dottore working on then. He must be working on deciphering this machine. Or maybe he's building this machine. Maybe this isn't exactly their spaceship. Maybe this is a recreation. I swear to God, this is Avengers. Maybe it's a recreation of their spaceship. Trying to make something. One of the is this just the trailer? Oh my. One of the things that I saw before I watched this. Why is this so blurry? Oh my God, if it's blurry for me, I can't imagine what it's like for you guys. Holy shit, hold on. These spaceship, oh yeah, see? The one that brought you to Tevat. Yeah, this is why it was for the Traveler. That's what I remember. This, a friend of mine pointed out, her name is Chalk. She posts a lot of little Genshin theories on Twitter and Blue Sky. She pointed out that this kind of looks like the shuttle of a loom. That was interesting. I'm going to make a comment that it actually looks like a piece of Deshret technology, but I'll refrain. You're very I say that and then somebody else in chat's just like, it's very Deshret coded. It's like, okay, I'm not the only poisoned one here. That's fantastic. So long as I'm not the only one, we're good. I mean, it kind of does, though. Like, it kind of does. It kind of does. But it kind of looks like the shuttle of a loom. So I kind of wanted to grab it really quick. Hold on. I mean, obviously, it's like a special... this is what I was thinking of. Like one of these. Like when you pass the shuttle through the loom. Like they look like... Can you see my double window? Hold on. I can't tell if you can see this. I cannot see my double window. Okay. Now you can. Oh. Why is this like... Okay, there we go. Why you like this? I don't know. It's not perfect, but it's like reminiscent. And since we're talking about the Loom of Fate and everything else like that, I'm just kind of like... I don't know. There's thoughts swirling in my head I can't quite articulate, but... some of you might have watched a video I made a little while ago called Moon Loom Computer Go Boom. Because I'm obviously the best at titling YouTube videos ever of all time. No, but in that video, I was what had actually pissed me off, and the reason why I had even started down that path was because I could not figure out why in Star Rail, Aglaia, who is a seamstress and like has these special golden threads and everything, was also literally the internet for the planet that she was on. Like I couldn't quite make that connection. And then I just remembered that the original version of the modern computer was a loom, a punch card loom. So like a lot of this digital like high technology stuff that they're doing, you know, a lot of this is loom and sewing and thread themed because the loom is the great grandfather of the computer. So I thought that was kind of cool. Overall, your headcanon is that they're trapped inside the Unity game engine. They'll be exit from Unity and transfer to Unreal. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. But the fact that they're looking at this and then they're talking about the spaceship at the same time made me wonder. I mean, I could see why you would think that this could be about Skirk too. Because this is in response to it. So, like, I guess that could be hers. I guess it could be Skirk's spaceship. If it is Skirk's spaceship, that furthers the Memo Keeper agenda. I just want you guys to know that, to be aware of that. Because that would imply that she would have landed on Tivat in a spaceship, like crash landed, unable to leave, and then was taken in by Sertology. So, like, it's possible. Never trust the dialogue order in Genshin trailers. There is that. There is that. I think it's more likely that the spaceship is the Travelers. But I will acknowledge that it's very possible that it's Skirk's. It would actually be kind of cool either way, honestly. It'd be kind of cool either way. It's just that, like, this kind of thing makes me think that she has far more freedom of motion. Traveler does. Or even the Abyss Twin. Yeah, this line has no context. 42 what? She's a 5th descender. I don't think she's a descender. I wouldn't call them that. The thing is like, you could have a lot of descenders. Okay, you could have tons of descenders, countless descenders, and not have them be descenders, right? Because like the thing about a descender is that they have to fulfill a couple of requirements. So, from my estimation, this is not confirmed anywhere, but kind of like where I'm at with that is like you're a descender when you have the ability to sit yourself upon the throne of the world. It's kind of like you have to come from away and then you have to be able to seat yourself on the throne of the world. That's kind of like how I think of it. Because the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd are all kind of involved in the same sort of heavenly stuff. And then obviously our twin never got that far. And so they're not considered a descender, but we are. So it's like there's some disconnect. It's either that or there could have been a lot of descenders, but only 3 are acknowledged or remembered. Maybe the rest are erased. Or maybe there's only 4 descenders and maybe our twin is a lie. Who knows? Isn't it when you have the will to rival a world? Allegedly, yes. But like to me, a will to rival the world is the same thing as being able to seat yourself upon the throne of heaven. Because like if you have a will that rivals the world, then you are basically the one who masters the world, which would make you king of the world. Sense. You know what I mean? Our twin is cake? It is, yes. Our twin also has no cake, so it works out. That's why they're a lie. There's no cake. This is fun. I am stoked for a ghost area. I want them to bring back a Surumi Island style ghost area. So cool. It is interesting to me though, how similar in shape this little thing is. I don't know. Actually, I'm thinking back. I'm trying to think. I actually don't know if this is truly similar, but this does remind me of Arlecchino's little, you know, her little floaty ghosty thingies. You know what I mean? We can't really get a good picture of them, but more ghosties. See lots of ghosties. I hope they finally tell us without, like, with no uncertain terms, what the difference is between the colored ghosts. Because, like, I have my own ideas, but would like them to actually tell us. What if Deshret was a 3rd descender? I don't know that would be the case. I mean, I guess it's possible. I guess it's possible. But I'm not super sold on that theory. The spring is gonna get me every single time. Could Alice be considered a descender? No, see, that's kind of why I think, oh, look, little crystal fairy. See, the whole Alice thing and the Hexen Circle and them having so many stories of like going into space and traveling to other worlds and stuff. They're one of the main reasons why I think outsiders in Teyvat are actually more common than we think they are. And it's just that a descender is a very specific type of outsider that enters the planet. You know what I mean? What if Deshret is a spaceship AI? I don't think it would be. That would be odd. Wouldn't Nibelung, when he returned to Teyvat with the Abyss, be considered the third descender? Not necessarily. It really depends on how things... How do I put this? How do I put this? So, if we proceed on the idea that Teyvat is basically a story, right? Like if we proceed on that assumption, then if it is a descender's job, in this case, at least the fourth descender, to change fate, that means we are changing the end of the story, right? We are rewriting portions of the story, hence reweaving looms of fate. We're reworking all of the... We're reweaving the words and the sentences and everything inside of the story, right? So if I think of it that way, and then I think of our Abyss sibling as sort of like being the one who doesn't want us to continue trying to change fate anymore, or maybe that's a line targeted at Dainsleif. It's hard to tell at this point because obviously everything here is a bit cattywampus, you know, like they like to jumble things up a bit. Then I'm wondering if the Abyss is like a discarded draft. Do you know what I mean? Because in Simulanka, one thing that happened that I think people forget, there's like this side quest you can do where they're trying to figure out the origin story of, was it a town? They're trying to figure out like who actually fought off the original Dark Dragon or whatever. And there were 3 stories, each one attributing the torment, really, of the first Doomsday Dragon in Simulanka to each of the families, right? And then at the end, they couldn't decide on which draft was the right one. So they just kept all 3 of them. And I've been thinking about that. And I'm like, what happens if you have 3 drafts to a story and you merge them all together at the same time? Like, you wouldn't have a super cohesive linear narrative. You would have something that's a bit more of a piecemeal. Some stuff would have to get discarded, obviously, but I'm just kind of wondering if, like, a lot of what we know of Teyvat's history is jumbled because multiple versions of it were spliced together. Does that make sense? It's interesting that there were 3 drafts and now we are currently in the middle of the 4th. About that too. I was also thinking, like, you know, we're supposed to be talking about this trailer and everything. This is relevant to the trailer. I'm just... The amount of foreshadowing in Simulanka is a little bit ridiculous. Because, like, I was looking at the characters in the order that we meet them. In Simulanka. And I was wondering, since we meet Nilou first, I was wondering, is Nilou supposed to be the placeholder for, like, the Voyager? Because she's a female magical fairy who, you know, visited the world first. One of the things that I was theorizing with Simulanka is that the Forest of Blessings was actually supposed to be representing the era of dragons, whereas Constellation Metropole was the era of humanity. Talk about that, lady. And so if Nilu was the like representative of like the Voyager coming to Teyvat during the Dragon era and seeing those dragon life forms and that kind of stuff, her being in the Forest of Blessings kind of makes sense. And then you start moving towards Constellation Metropole. The next character that you meet is Kirara. The only thing I can think of when it comes to Kirara is Ajax. Not necessarily child, but like the, you know, hero that he's named after. It's kind of suggested, or at least it's very possible that the second descender was Ajax. I think is kind of represented by Kirara, if only because they like to represent child as a fox or a cat and stuff like that all the time. So I was thinking about that. But then you get to the third location, which is Constellation Metropole, and that's when you meet Navia. And Navia is the king of Constellation Metropole. And then the fourth person you meet is Wanderer. And Wanderer is curious there because Wanderer and Traveler are synonyms for the most part. And, you know, he's looking for a way out, can't find a way to leave. Pretty selfish in their initial endeavors, right? Trying to find sibling in the case of our Traveler, and Wanderer just kind of not wanting to help anybody in his own case. But then also having a quote-unquote sword that he can't get rid of. I'm just thinking, well, is the sword just Paimon? Can't get rid of Paimon, can't get rid of the sword kind of thing? Which would mean that, and since, like, Wanderer was the hero of Simulanka, I'm wondering if, like, that's supposed to be alluding to the fact that the fourth Descender is the hero of this current story. Therefore, he is, like, representative of the Traveler in Simulanka. Does that make sense? Doesn't make him super special. I'm just talking about, like, him allegorically. So, like, if I think of it that way, then it would be Navia, the king of Constellation Metropole, who would have become the Gnosis, if we think of it that way. I haven't been able to flesh that idea out much because there are too many unknown variables. But anyway, that would mean Anya knew the end, right? I mean, to a degree. Like, you got to remember, like, she's best friends with Barbelleth and Nicole and Alice, and, like, at least two of those witches are prophets. You know? At least two of them are prophets. So if they had told her what they had foreseen in Teyvat's future, and, you know, Simulanka was built as a mirror of Teyvat, then, like, it's very possible that Anders' daughter at least knew what the prophecy of Teyvat's future would be. Macaroon Sacrament, yeah. Not liking the idea of Navia turning into well, it wouldn't be Navia exactly. It's supposed to be like like whoever Navia is representing. And in this case, that would be the third Descender. You know what I mean? It would be the king of Constellation Metropole. So the king of the human realm at that time. Whoever that might be. If it's a mirror of Teyvat, then none of them can be Descenders. Their fates aren't recorded. It doesn't quite work like that. Their fates aren't recorded in Irminsul. It doesn't mean that they're not recorded in the memories of people. That's the thing. Because, like, if they weren't recorded at all anywhere, then we wouldn't even know this much. You know what I'm saying? Like, someone has to remember something somewhere. The information has to be available somewhere. What if the Traveler becomes a Gnosis? I don't think that works because the Traveler is the fourth Descender, and we know that the Gnosis are the remains of the third. If no one remembers you, then you don't exist. That's kind of the point, though, is like there is memories of these individuals, at least at a higher level, even if they don't remember like actually meeting them or whatever, like their legends still live on. And that's kind of the thing, because like I can't imagine, like, even if the traveler themselves isn't reflected in Irminsul, it's not like their deeds aren't, right? Like, to a degree, the honorary knight of Mondstadt has to exist, right? Because otherwise, there's, like, this weird thing that Irminsul has to do to gap fill. Because they would have to attribute all of these actions to something they can't observe, which means they have to be able to observe something. It just happens to be an unknown variable. So, you know. Yeah, so the title role remains, but not the association with the fourth descender. Yeah, something like that. Like your name would be erased, but your title or role within the story would live on, kind of thing. Because it has to gap fill. It has to attribute something to you. Which might be why, you know, like in books like Before Sun and Moon, they talk about like the primordial one may or may not have been Phanes. Or Phanes. I'm never going to say that right. It's fine. Because they just don't know. They're just like, well, they must have had some kind of name. We could give them a name, but we don't know what their name actually was. Kind of thing. But anyway, I was thinking about, is that why the MC hides their names? I mean, maybe. There's a lot of power. Like, there's a lot of power in names, right? Like, we learned that in Natlan. But we kind of already knew that before, because, like, even going as far back as, like, 1.5, I think, we knew that Xiao had his name changed and concealed so that no one could gain control of him. You know what I mean? So, in that respect, we know that names have power. And now that we know that names are, to a degree, roles within a story that kind of determine your fate, it makes sense, right? That you would kind of, if you didn't want someone to have control over you, that you would conceal your own name. And go by titles and stuff instead. Like, even the Traveler is technically a title. We're not recorded in Irminsul, but people remember us. That's kind of contradictory, no? That's kind of my point, yeah. Like, it's like Irminsul can't observe us, but also then we have Nahida, who's the avatar of Irminsul, who can totally observe us and even capture data about us. There is something, to me, that's very fishy about us not being recorded in Irminsul when Irminsul has so much power over people's memories and everyone remembering us. Like, there has to be something that makes that possible. Did I see the Aranara KFC thingy? Yes. And I can't decide if the little floating Aranara with a bow on it is actually like supposed to be Aranara based Marak or if it's just a really cute Aranara. I'm kind of cool with either of it. Hida still calls us Traveler. I know she still calls us Traveler, but the thing is like, she's the avatar of Irminsul, right? So if Irminsul can't observe us, then why would the avatar of Irminsul be able to observe us, is kind of what I'm saying. Like, there's something odd even there that's not consistent, which just, to me, suggests that we don't have enough information about how this works, or what is or isn't being recorded, or how it's being recorded. I'm a little annoyed that I can't quite get a good shot of Skirk's back to see if that tail that she grows is actually this back fin of hers. Also, her transformation state looks even more like Black Swan. Even more so than her, like, hold on. I want to see her do the burst again so that I can. Because in her, like, stance swap, the black outfit looks way more like Black Swan's outfit. I don't know if I can get a good shot of it here either. That's just boobs. It's all boobs. All boobs. Yep. All boobs. Helpful. Love it. Totally. Great. Awesome. Saw Cat with Blue Hat say she could be a narwhal who took human form. That would be interesting. I don't know that she would treat the narwhal like a pet, if that was the case, though. To me, that would be a bit like Nuvolette treating a Saurian like a pet. I kind of feel like he wouldn't do that. I feel like that would be a little weird, you know? I think they could be related, sure, but like to me it would be a bit weird. Like there has to be some kind of difference between like the nature of her existence and the narwhal's existence because of the difference in sentience. Oh, it's true though. They do have flat tails, which would mean that she does have a whale tail. That is true. I just realized out of context. That sounds really bad. She ate whale flesh. I mean, honestly, at this rate, with the way that we eat gods and gain their powers, I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised. But yeah, no, the vertical tails are for fish. But flat tails are usually for like mammals. Porpoises, whales, that kind of thing. Could be an orca. They all technically fall under the category of whale. Shockingly. I mean, she definitely doesn't feel totally human. But again, I personally still see her as more of a memo keeper than anything else. Low key. I still see her as a bit of a memo keeper. I'm not saying she does the exact same job as Black Swan, but like the fact that they could be same types of memetic entities is now a real possibility. I guess I never thought Dahlia would be Hydro. It feels really weird. It feels super weird. Super weird. I don't know. I'm sorry, Dahlia. I gotta skip over you, buddy. Although, no. Never mind. Skip over all this. I want to get back to the lore stuff. I'm gonna let this play. You never thought Dahlia would be a twink? I mean, I kind of did. I mean, I thought he'd be small. I didn't think he'd be an imp though. That's pretty appropriate. Because the people of importance in the church are Hydro. I mean, yeah, there's Barbara and Dahlia. That's true. And Rosaria is Cryo. It's not important to the church. Is it really just those three? Oh, those are only three. I guess it is. Does Varka remind me of Aventurine? Yes, he does. It's very strange. It's very strange. All right. This lady. Very strange. Kodrian lady. In Natlan. Okay. If she's hiding, okay, this, it's been a while since we talked about anything like this, but, it is raining so hard right now, and I have the door open. I'm just watching it pour. When the Conrian Cataclysm hit in, Sumeru, there are some written records that I remember of people hiding out in caves for long periods of time, waiting for their supplies to be diminished. And my memory serves, those same written records were talking about, like, how the people who went outside into the sunlight, or into the light of day, rather, would turn into hilichurls faster than those who stayed below ground. But then no one knew how long they could stay below ground. So the fact that this lady is coming out of a cave is already super suspicious to me. Oh, I heard thunder. If I randomly disappear, it's because a thunderstorm knocked my power out. I don't think it's actually going to happen, but I'm just giving you guys a heads up. The thing is, too, like, now that we're in Natlan, right, we've got the Night Kingdom. Time is really funky in the Night Kingdom, right? Because it's basically a realm of the dead. So, to me, if she was hiding out in the cave, I wonder if she was hiding out in, like, almost like a chasm sort of thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, you guys remember how when we went to the chasm with Zhao and Ito and Yenfei, how, like, time was wibbly wobbly? I wonder if we might encounter another one of those caves where she may have only been there for, like, I don't know, a week, 2 weeks, and then she comes out and she's like, what happened? I am so glad to see them actually put Ian-san front and center. That is so nice. That is so nice. Like, I felt really bad because, like, she was, you know, the poster child of Natlan for years. The only thing we knew about Natlan. And didn't really give her a very good role. Well, I shouldn't say good. A very prominent role comparatively to some of the other characters. So this is nice. It's nice that she's at least involved in a Dane's quest. I do think that's really nice. At least they gave her a good place in the meta. Yeah, they did. I think that's pretty cool. She didn't come home on my account, though, so I'm really sad. You know that I had pulled so much for Ian-san, like, trying to get her, but I didn't want to go all the way to pity. That I stopped, I didn't get her, and then A's banner came around and there was a Toma on it, and I'm just like, shit, you know what? I'm gonna try and get my C6 Toma because he's been avoiding me for years, and I just want him to be done. And I pulled, like, I did like 30 pulls on A's banner, not even thinking about how much I had just pulled. Trying to get Ian-san and not getting her, and like trying to be like, okay, no, I don't want to go all the way to pity. And then I just went all the way to pity. I was like, oh, okay, I guess I have an A now. I still don't have a C6 Toma. I'll never have a C6 Toma. It's never gonna happen. He's gonna avoid me forever. Forever. Did you see the red cubes in the trailer where this traveler was facing their sibling? No, I didn't. We're going, come on, buddies. We just wait. Sit here. Unless it's in the beginning. skipped it. That could happen too. I need to add the 4-star picker. God.
Let me just get my final one.
In this section. Oh, it's like way back here. Oh, we haven't even gotten this far yet. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, you know what? Before we do that, I just want to see something. I wanted to see something. Oh yeah, there's the cubes. I found it. There's the cubes, the good old susty cubes. So, in light of this, I really feel like we've got some time travel shenanigans going on here. Because, like, do you think there will really be cubes in this quest? Because I don't. I don't. I think we're going to start going, like, I think this quest will do a back and forth in time, kind of like we did during Kari Bear. Take a closer look at the object in the sibling's hand. Oh, really? I did want to talk about that because a friend of mine pointed something out about this thing. I really think we're going back in time. Yeah, okay. This is a very unfortunate angle, but do you guys see the Black Swan Memo Keeper stuff? Do you see it? I can't. Oh, I've been ignoring my supers. You guys mind if I pause while we look at Skirk? This is a very unfortunate. I'm gonna switch screens for a bit. It's just. I'm gonna let this play while I catch up with supers, and then we'll go talk about that scroll. Okay. Razor Claw, thank you for the super. Do you think Amphorius is HSR dev team's nod cry cell to take the lore out of other things and putting it in your face? No, I don't. I think, if anything, Amphorius is a good setup for the lore of the Machine Emperor Wars. Because, like, on the Xianzhou, we have the lore of Tazeronth kind of being dealt with, you know, the propagation being used to kill the abundance, that kind of thing. I think Amphorius is going to be setting up for Planet Screwlum. Because Planet Screwlum is the former empire of Emperor Rupert. And the scepter that Amphorius is based off of is one of his constructs. I don't think it's a non-cry, because this was foreshadowed like a year ago at this point. And very heavily in depth twice, actually. 2 separate huge events all about it. That's something. Oh, thank you for the second super. Do you think Alice and Varka are together as a couple, thus Klee's dad is Varka? I don't see much that would suggest that. I mean, it's possible. I think it's possible for sure. And they were both on that stained glass window, but the thing is, like, Varka doesn't sound that old. By my math, Klee should be about 30 years old. Not mentally or physically, but, like, she's been alive for 30 years-ish, thereabouts. She's part of a long-lived species, so, like, that would make her... I don't know. I don't feel like Varka's old enough for that. We'll see. Hoyoverse is allergic to making any character older than 25 without adding a digit to their age. You know? Like, they're either 25 or they're 250. There's no in between. They do not like making characters over 25. Yeah. Bring the Desert lore. Yeah, I need to catch up on other things first. Zyros Gold, thank you for the super for how Nahida observes the Traveler, but Irminsul can't see her. Comments Hourglass and Visions respectively. Traveler can't get a vision. Yeah, I don't think that's quite the same thing, though. Vision's a little bit different, don't you think? That's a little bit of a different-ish thing. Hello, my name is Aoife, and I'm 5. You have Gallagher. How old are you? I'm 13. Sure you are. Chloe needs to make some characters in their 40s. I guess the couple of exceptions we have to that rule would be Piero and Puccinello right now. And then like NPCs, obviously. The NPCs don't count. But playable characters, they tend to be kind of allergic to making them look older than 25. Welt, yeah, I guess technically Welt is like 80. But they also, the thing is like with Welt, even with him, they stopped him aging. They stopped his aging process. So like, this is as old as he'll ever get. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Serval's at least in her mid-30s. We think she could be, but like, I mean, I did the math on like Alhaitham and Sino and Tignari and Kaveh and stuff like that. And I was trying to figure out how old all of them were, and they're all like 23. And I'm just like, how the frig? That makes no sense. But anyway, does Lisa count as older than 25? I don't think she's 5, honestly. Isn't Rio in his 30 or 40s? I mean, you guys would have to actually show math in order to make that workable. And it's very difficult to do math. The one characters that we're able to do math with, like they're just, it's very, very rare to have a character over 25. Probably has to be older than 25 though. Hangout Quest? No, he doesn't. You can do the math on it. He's not. He's like 24. Alhaitham's like 23. Stupid. Anyway, I'm going back to this. I forgot this was a very unfortunate angle. Okay. I was trying, the reason I had stopped here is because I was trying to see if in her burst mode, so you can't see it because it's like hit by her hair. I wanted to see if her fin, like the fin that's on her back when she's in light mode, I wanted to see if that, you know, turned into her tail. Like I wanted to see if like that was retracted, if it like came out of the back of her spine. I can't see it. So this thing is fun. For one, it looks like it's sealed with some sort of abyss lock. It's also very digital. Memory shaped blue. Blue memory. But a friend of mine pointed this out to me, that it kind of looks like one of these. You know? It kind of does. Kind of does. So I'm just wondering if that might be something similar. Like, because I'm a little ashamed to admit it, but like the first thing that I thought when I saw this, I don't know how many of you actually like go through the drive-through at the bank and don't use the ATM. But you know the vacuum tubes? You know the vacuum tubes that you like put the check in and to make the deposit to go in the little canister? That was my first thought, and I was like, oh wait, no, those are scrolls. But it kind of looks like a Torah. Oh, wait a minute. Second. Again. I just realized time is paused in this shot. You guys see that? Hold on. Slowing this down for a minute. You guys see that she doesn't move at all? The skirt isn't waving, the hair isn't moving. The only thing that's moving in this scene, like the particles in the air aren't even moving. It's just Ether and Lumine who are moving. Could that be the Loom of Fate? Ooh. You know, that would be really interesting. That would be spicy. You know why? Because this would be like the new book that Tevat would be based off of. That would be super cool. That would be really cool. Fascinating. Run half speed stuff. Oh, quarter speed. My bad. The New Testament. I mean, I don't think the New Testament was ever written on a scroll, was it? I don't know if these ever actually had rollers or if they were just rolled up. I don't think they ever had rollers. I think they were just rolled up in jars. It just reminds me a lot of the Torah. Still looking for... Oh. Hold on. Let's see it. So we still have Susty's cubes. Okay, yeah, we're definitely doing some weird time travel stuff. We're doing some time travel stuff. We're doing time pausing. We've got cubes in the background. They're all digital. This thing's digital. Opening. Which is pretty cool. Returning to the real universe one day, huh? That's kind of, yeah. That just means this world isn't real. Which is the one thing I was afraid they were gonna do. Do this, Hoyo. Why do this? Sorry, Torahs don't explode. Theory disproven. Well, you know what we're gonna do at the next bar mitzvah? We're gonna put confetti in the Torah. It's gonna go poof. It'll be great. Again, like I said, like the Loom of Fate stuff, like the reason why we're looking at the loom specifically and all this weaving stuff isn't just the allegory stuff, but also like the combination with all this digital, computery, glitchy sort of stuff and the pixels and everything else, the polygons of Skirk and the narwhal and stuff like that. Like all of that is likely because the loom is a grandfather of the computer. So like, you know, you can kind of use them in a fantasy setting synonymously. I'm almost wondering, like, to a degree, if, I almost wonder if there's a game of telephone to be had. Like, if you had a Loom of Fate, what if you actually had, like, a computer processor? And, like, you had to explain what that processor was and what it did to someone who'd never seen a computer before. How would you explain it? Like, what would you call it? Like, what kind of allegories would you use? Like, how would you convey its function? Would you call it a loom? Right? Do you see what I mean? Like, if you're able to explain to someone, oh, well, this computer does with language what you do to fabric with threads, right? Like, every line of language that I write creates this, this sort of tapestry, the same way that your threads on a loom create fabric, right? An abacus? Why would you tell it to be an abacus? Because the computer does math? That's not at all. The abacus and the computer are not related. You guys know that, right? The abacus is different. The Charles Babbage computer can be considered a loom? Yeah. like a programming language. Yeah, so this is the Jacquard loom, which we're gonna have to watch an ad to get to. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I will skip you. Do you see these punch cards? This is the original binary, which is what computers run on. The ones and zeros. It has nothing to do with an abacus. An abacus is a whole different lineage of methods. You know what I mean? The way that this worked was incredibly clever. And you can kind of see how it would work. I actually don't think, I think this video actually doesn't have the encoding. Or does it? It doesn't really, hold on. I wanted to, there's one that has the encoding on it. I think it's this one. Yeah, like this one actually had, you could see the punch cards going as the guy's weaving. So there's actually like the weaver. But then there's this guy who actually had to take this grid paper and like draw the pixels that you were supposed to draw. Like this is like physical pixel drawing, right? You had to paint the pattern. And then that pattern that this guy was painstakingly painting on grid paper had to be encoded by this guy. So this guy's literally taking each one of these things and he's using these buttons. He's punching the holes in the cards to make those patterns. And then that is what's getting used by the machine. Anyway, this is how the original computers also worked. Well, not quite like this, but like punch card computers worked in a similar way. The original IBM punch card computers worked quite a bit like this, where they could encode a certain amount of data onto a single physical card, and then it would calculate using that binary, right? So this is why they're considered related. Abacus is not related to this. And, oh, wait, that was a good shot. Hold on. Okay. The fins do not become her tail. Her fin is right here. Mystery solved. Sorry, that was a long time. It was really bothering me. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna slow down. So she's sucking everything in. And then they go here. Okay. See, I wonder if the thing in her hand, you guys said it might be the Loom of Fate. It might be. But I wonder if that actually contains, like, the story of Conria as a separate entity. You know what I mean? How do you check the videos frame by frame? You can actually... There's a shortcut key. I forget which one it is. That one. No, not you either. I forget what shortcut key it is. There's a shortcut key and it brings up all of YouTube's shortcuts. I don't remember what they are. YouTube has a lot of them. And you can go frame by frame by frame by frame by frame by frame by frame. But it's sucking in all the pixels. I think that scroll might be the story of Conria. Like, just straight up. Yeah. I think that's possible because if we begin again at the end of the journey, that might mean that we have to reach the end of the story in order to leave it. Like, because that was a thing in Semi Lanka too. Do you guys remember how we got to the end of the story and then Alice popped in and we're just like, well, how do we leave? And they're just like, what do you mean, how do you leave? You've always been able to leave. You just never tried. Is the red cube lost pixels? I mean, it could be lost data. That is the guy who's inside the narwhal, isn't it? This is the dude that's inside the narwhal. Huh. I never thought he'd become relevant. I don't know what to say. Either that or his twin brother. Isn't that foul? I don't think that's foul. I don't think that's foul. Like, why would Fowl be inside his narwhal? That feels weird. That feels super weird. I mean, it might be like based on a construct or like something that Fowl built, but I don't think that's Fowl. Because like it does have this scarf, but I can't remember. Does the original thing have the scarf? Hold on. Does the original thing have the scarf? I can't remember. I can't remember. I want to look it up. He does have the scarf. Huh. I never noticed that. You guys probably can't see that. I just want to see if he did or didn't have the scarf. He has the scarf in the actual fight. So this is just literally straight up the dude inside. Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty convinced now that this is the story of Conria inside of these scrolls. And we entered these scrolls, or, the scroll could be hidden in a cave. Or like, it was in a cave, and maybe that lady escaped out of the scroll and then out of the cave. She left the story, and then we found her. Wouldn't that be cool? That would be awesome. That would be super awesome. I wonder too if like the Abyss sibling kind of needs us to complete the story in order for her to nicely. I wonder if the Abyss twin in this case is actually trying to like steal the future of Tevat and give it to Conria. So like Mist? Yeah! Mist is a good one. This is a good one. Yeah. If I just spoiled the quest to us, I swear. I didn't do it. They did. I didn't choose to put that book in the trailer. Hoyo did. Don't blame this one on me. Have we heard term Doomsday all this yet? I wonder if this is why Lumine... Oh, you know what? I wonder if this is why the Abyss Twin isn't considered a descender in Tevat. I wonder if they're considered a descender in Conria. Like, okay, if you had two different books with two different protagonists, right? Like two parallel stories. You have the Traveler as a descender into that. But what if in a parallel story, the Abyss Twin is the fourth descender? Like, what if you had that and they're running parallel? Like, they're both the heroes of their own story. And the winner is the one that comes out at the end. Doomsday is Asmodee? That would be interesting. That would be fun because we would have two. It would actually mean that we'd have 8 total descenders potentially, because like you could argue that 2 stories were always running in parallel, or maybe not even always, but like it's possible, and that you have one victor and one loser every time. So you would have twins. You would have pairs of twins, mirrors and reflections. 2 different books told 2 different ways, and actually. You could even spin it in some ways, being like, the hero of one book is the villain of the other, right? Like, what's that story? Or what's that saying that, forget where it comes from. It was a popular phrase, like, the hero on one side of the war is it not the villain of the other side of the war, but like, also, yes. You know. That would so fit the pick your traveler at the beginning. Yeah, it kind of would. That would be really cool. History is written by the victor. Yeah, that too. I was really thinking about the fact that, like, if you had a valiant hero, like a valiant war hero, right? Like a commander of an army that, like, conquered a nation for your country, and they're remembered in the annals of history of being this glorious, amazing person, right? Well, on the other side, for the conquered nation, that person is like a demon, right? Like they're a devil. They were the doomsday bringer for you. That was kind of more what I was thinking. It's kind of like, depending on what side you're on, your perspective completely changes the morality and the how do you put this? The intentions, how someone is portrayed and remembered, right? Like Guthred. Yeah, actually, kind of like Guthred, the 2-story version of Guthred, how like one of them is kind of like this sort of vindictive, you know, the ends justify the means kind of thing, and then the people of Natlan remember him as like this glorious, valiant, honorable person, right? Like, it's all a matter of perspective. Could the twin be rewriting history as Celestia is committing genocide? I mean, kind of. I know which one you're talking about. It's from The Art of War, I think. I think you're right. I can't remember exactly how it goes, but you guys get the gist. You get the gist. You get the gist. And also, it's interesting to me as well because, like, think of this too. Like, let's look at paralogism for a minute, because that just happened, right? We've got Durin, who is this evil dragon, technically. So interested that we're going to Ochkanatlan for this. This is awesome. So we've got this very evil dragon, and then Simulanka ended up building out this world where he could imagine an entirely different possibility for himself, right? Like this is an alternate reality, an alternate future sort of thing. And Albedo's job was sort of to bring those two things together, to have fact and fiction overlap and create something entirely new. So then it becomes a battle for which story inside of you is the one that defines you. Could Capitano be a villain in a different story then? Yes, exactly. Didn't Shilonen's quest have like 2 versions of a specific book with 2 different endings? Oh. I vaguely remember that. I vaguely remember that. Vaguely remember that. Yeah. Rukadevada versus Nahida. Yeah. Well, even Wanderer versus Scaramouche, right? Like, those are two stories overlapping. Those are two alternate realities that are converging, right? Am I trying to say that the villain is the hero of their own story? That is not the quote I was thinking of, but it's the same meaning. Yeah. Because the original quote I was thinking of is not a quote about stories or narrative. It was specifically a quote with regards to I just realized that girl is not that tall. Aether's not that tall, so she's young. It was very specifically about war in the real world. It's very specifically about war. The Fatui are villains in all of Teyvat, and we get to the chasm, we start seeing they're more gray than them being celebrated as heroes of Natlan. Yeah. Right. It's been a hot minute since I did Shalonen's quest, man. It has been a hot minute. Imagine they make Dainsleif playable with just Pyro with blue flames. It'd be so sad. I mean, they're doing that with Skirk. They're not going to add another element. I know a lot of people want another element. I don't think they'll add another one because there's no real room for it with the 7 that we have. If you really think about it, there isn't room for it. But a few people have pointed this out in various places, but the new Imaginarium Theater has a cryodendro reaction. And I think that it is far more likely that Hoyo is going to introduce new reactions than they will introduce new elements. The fact that they're not introducing a new element with Skirk already tells me they're not going to add a new element. They're just not. I know it's not a reaction per se, but like they use a lot of events and stuff in order to test new mechanics and things like that. So like even if they were to create like a couple of characters, like a 5-star and a 4-star who would enable a cryodendro reaction if they're in the team with those two types of characters in there, then even that is pretty interesting, I think. I think that would bring more life into the game than one whole new element because you can add multiple reactions. And since they've added a whole additional year onto the like this current storyline, I don't think there's room for just one element. I feel like they'd have to add another one. But there's room for multiple reactions. That's kind of what I'm saying. So like if they wanted to add something new and exciting, they could. Compounding reactions. Yeah. Things like that. I thought they said officially there would be no more new elements. They said that they had no plans to add any elements beyond Dendro back when Sumeru released. Who knows if that's changed? I just don't think it's likely. I think it's very unlikely that they would add. Kind of makes you think about how New Masia kind of acts like new elements with one reaction but doesn't replace the 7 elements. Yeah. That was the other thing is like that was a perfect opportunity to add like sub elements, you know, or that kind of thing. But then they kind of didn't. They kind of made it I mean, it's a fine mechanic for what it is, but like as far as like affecting the greater meta and creating more interesting vertices of gameplay, it was kind of a nothing burger, you know. Oh. No quantum or imaginary for Genshin. I don't think so. I think quantum and imaginary are not achievable in Genshin yet. I would say if they add new elements, if I had to guess, it probably won't be until like Genshin 2. You know, like Genshin Part 2, Season 2, Chapter 2, like whatever you want to call it. Like when we leave to that, or like after Conria stuff is settled. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, if the Loom of Fate really is just a story of Conria, like a parallel story, like a reality where the Abyss Twins trying to write a reality where Conria survives and becomes like a proper a happy ending, a story with a happy ending. That's what I meant to say. Like if that comes to pass, or like that is actually the case, then that would explain why in Travail Conria doesn't have a chapter number, is because it's a totally different book. That would be fun. One thing I am a little surprised about, though, in this live stream. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I think I've missed 2 supers. I'll finish this thought, and I'm gonna talk about those. Sorry, I didn't mean to neglect you guys. One thing I am surprised about is that there's no mention of Merjavari. So either Merjavari is next patch and it releases alongside the summer event, or they pull an Enkanomiya. And if you don't know what I mean by that, if you weren't playing around that time, they released Enkanomiya as like a permanent map, and then like 2 patches later, I think, they released a patch-wide event that changed the landscape of Enka somewhat, and gave you all new mechanics and all that other kind of stuff. So I'm wondering if they might do that. I wonder if they might pull an Enka. Not this upcoming patch, but in 5.8, like as the summer event. You know what I mean? And gave us a submap. Oh yeah, they did give us a submap. Because then that would let the region be permanent, but then it would also give an overlay to it that could be limited for the summer. If it's even limited for the summer. I would love if they would stop making the really big, important events limited. Simulanka should not be limited. Like, there are some events where it's like, yeah, it's fine that Iridori isn't, but it's okay. Like, we can kind of scrub around it, but Golden Apple Archipelago and Simulanka especially should not be limited. I think. I'm a little disappointed at the lack of Merjavari, though, if only because the next video I wanted to work on was a Merjavari video. I kind of wanted to do a little bit of speculating on what we might see in Merjavari, because I found a couple of interesting things that I haven't seen anyone else mention yet. And then I wanted to take a stab at some of the Nod Cry stuff. One interesting thing I will say is that I think they've only really teased 4 factions, if I remember correctly, for Nod Cry so far. Right? I mean, okay, I know they showed us like 11 total, but like they only did like those special drops for like 4 of them, right? Was it 5? I can't remember. Wait, no, we haven't gotten more. They only did the special drop, like they did those special like features for like a few of them. Wild Hunt, Lightkeepers, Tui, Snowland Fae, and the Witches. Yeah. I don't think they did the Witches didn't get a special drop, though, did it? I don't remember that one. Maybe I missed it. That's possible. They did 6 at the end of the stream. Yeah, they did 6 at the end of the stream. That's true. Okay, okay, I gotta clarify. The ones I'm talking about are not the ones that they put in this teaser. I'm not talking about the ones that were in this one. I was talking about the ones that they kind of like dripped after and during the web event. You guys remember where they were like dropping large images and little blurbs about a few of the factions on Twitter? Do you guys remember that? Yeah, I'm just talking about the first 4. Because I had a theory that, like, say, like, I have a theory, like, it's some big thing. It's not. I was thinking, should say, that the 4 that they dripped specifically might be, like, the focus for 6.0. Like we'll primarily deal with those, and then as we go into 6.1 or 6.2, we'll get like another 3 or 4 added that become more of the focus, and we kind of just like go out there further and further. What if we have a 5.9? I mean, it's possible. I don't think they've done that before. I think usually anywhere from 6 through 8 is when they swap patches. I don't think we've ever had a point. I don't think we've ever had a 0.9. I don't think ever. But I think they would, I think they'd do that. It doesn't math out, I think. It depends on how they split the quest, like how many parts they give. Not really possible. Not Cry is the 10th of September. Oh, true. There's a date. I'm time blind, so trying to point out dates to me is kind of a losing battle, you know? Totally a losing battle. 5.9, would they have time to do it? No, they wouldn't. Thank you for the super. Someone just pointed out that the 10th of September is not cried. There's no room for a 5.9. Unless they make it super short, which I don't think they would do. I do like this aspect here, though. This is interesting because I missed this the first time, but this... Did you guys see that this is a seam in the book? And that they're closing it, and then she opens it again? The reason why this stands out to me is because the background here is very abyssal. Like she's outside the story looking in. So the book closes and then Alice opens it. Like that. What do I think about Alice's appearance? I think she looks a bit young here, but I will withhold judgment until I see the full model. But overall, I'm fairly pleased. This mem-looking friggin' thing. Oh. Yeah. Why are the Dodoko sad? Well, maybe it's a sad story. Maybe it's a sad... I think that's just their default face. I think they're usually like that. People younger than you have 5-year-old kids, so I will withhold judgment. I mean, yeah, but like, also, I don't know that this model currently fits her voice. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't quite fit. It fits the outfit. I'm fine. Like, I think the outfit is fine. I think she's cute, but do we think Ivanovna could be the Anders daughter of the next summer event and set up Shinishniya? Maybe? I don't know. I mean, she's got the right name for the region. If it's the CN voice, oh, that's going to be so jarring then. She looks kind of like Herta. Yeah, she's totally giving Herta. She's serving Herta. I want to point out something, though. Actually, where is hold on. I want to point something out, actually. Hold on. So you know how, like, for this event, we're getting these quills, right? These things. Bring up the thing. Much earlier. There. Okay. Okay, you know these quills. I was thinking, if the witch's headquarters is a library, and they give us a typewriter that produces special ink bottles that allows us to make artifacts, and then gives us quills that are able to modify artifacts, and artifacts are essentially crystallized stories, then, like, you know how you go into a domain to get artifacts and every other sort of material, right? And it's locked with a key. Well, I've been trying to link keys to witches for the longest time. And then, as I was at my peak of investigation, Hoyoverse decided to throw me a bone and just gave us the Herta. And the Herta just fights with keys. She's just full of keys. Everything about her is, like, key-coded. Yeah, well, that's another thing. Oh, I gotta go find the thing. I think it's in here. An image of this. Go find it. Okay. I was trying to prove, like, I don't think this is technically an elixir. This is an ink bottle. It comes out of a typewriter. You know? Also, this is just Memoria juice. I just see so much Star Rail everywhere. It's not even funny at this point. Okay. So, like, oh, this is such a tiny picture. Can't see it. But, like, this book in the Imaginarium Theater that we use to play through everything, it has a lock on it. And I'm just thinking about, you know, locking these things away and the keys and then the special key that we use inside of the Imaginarium Theater to start things. Like, the witches to me are associated with keys. And I really think that Hoyo's going out of their way to continue that association across their games even. And I think it's because of Type Moon, honestly. The key could be a sword. I mean, could be. I love its Chinese name for the Imaginarium Theater. Dramatic Poetry of Imagined Reality. That hits so hard because it's like, here's my imagined reality and an alternate version of reality. And I'm going to put it into a dramatic epic. Yeah, like a keyblade. But like seriously, it's it's this, right? Like, Herta has a Triquetra key, you know? Like, her mirrors are things she's unlocking the secrets of the universe. That's why she has a key. Like, that's her thing. And then I'm thinking about, like, you know, we got Catherine. She's got a keyhole in the back of her neck. Someone, I don't know if you guys are familiar. There's a really cool Genshin lore translator on Twitter and Blue Sky called Cece, who does a lot of translation stuff, and she pointed out the other day that once the star, I'm like, why isn't Catherine coming up? I'm in the Star Whale wiki. That's why. I gotta come up here. Oh, okay. Well, that didn't work. because I'm spelling it wrong. And we don't have this one on Breeze. Okay. Or fandom's just being a bitch. It's one of the two. That's fine. She pointed out that Catherine's name, this one, I don't know why I scrolled all the way down for this, shares a root word with Hecate, who is a Greek goddess of witches and like witchcraft and stuff like that. Or at least she's most heavily associated with witches because she's a three-faced goddess, that kind of thing. So I thought that was pretty cool. You're discovering the internet without ad blocks through your stream. That's an insane amount of ads there are. Yeah. I have my ad blocker on a different browser. This is the one that I use for like streaming on my Ashikai account. So like I don't use it very often. So yeah, ads basically make the internet unusable these days. There are look at this. This is insane. This is too many. And then there's more when you scroll oftentimes. You get the idea. Oh, see the wait. So angry. What ad blocker do I use? I just use a default one my browser comes with. It works pretty well most of the time. The only thing it doesn't work on is recipe blogs. That's it. I just suffer through recipe blogs. Very obnoxious, especially on YouTube for me. Yeah, honestly, like the amount of ads everything gets these days is literally making the internet unusable. It's insane. It's insane. I remember the internet before ads were a thing, okay? I'm ancient. I was there when the ads were being written. I remember when the first ads were being put on the internet. Anyway. Oh, I've lost track of everything I've talked about. I don't even know if I've talked about anything. I feel like I'm so satisfied just like with the small theory of that little Torah scroll being the story of Conria in the Abyss Twins' hand. That I don't know that I have anything else. The Ash and Ashikai reverse your age. It's fantastic. I love it. Oh no, Finny, come back. I'm sorry. I woke her up. Oh. Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. Okay, I wanted to go back to the narwhal for a second. Oh, I'm on actual fandom. I want to be on fandom. Swap. There we go. That's better. I don't know. I wanted to see if they had a name for it. This says the Dark Shadow. I know this thing has a unique file name. I think it's legal to talk about because it's technically a file name. File names are useful. Like Hoyo doesn't get mad at me if I make content using file names. Usually that's fine. Does Laura say that child got yeeted with the whale? Oh, I don't know. Did he? She could have thrown both. I didn't see her throw both. They just call it a dark shadow. A shade of Certology, maybe. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe this is, if it's a dark shadow, then maybe this is a shade of Certology. Like an echo. So then it could still have like the move sets of the master without actually being the model of this sinner. The Dark Shadow name is from TCG. Oh, well, that's handy. That's very handy. If I search for Dark Shadow, will it come up? This is what happens when I don't play TCG. Oh, for frig's sake. Thing about BreezeWiki. As much as I like BreezeWiki, sometimes it doesn't work well. Oh, yeah. Look at that. That's kind of cool. Why is Sertology ice water themed and not fire? Well, I think he's technically electric themed. I mean, he does electro damage here. Oh, yeah. Oh, you know what would be awesome? This is like so out of like, this is like way out of left field. I don't even know if they do this, but you know what would be hilarious? If the Black Phantom was like a callback to Phantom Ganon. Would that not be super funny? You guys know what I'm talking about? How like the Ganondorfs, they have like he makes phantoms of himself, and you always fight Phantom Ganon first, and he's like the skeletonized version of Ganondorf, and you have to play tennis with the light ball with him every single time. Funny. That would be funny. I would buy that. That would be like, even if they don't like technically really do that, like for real, I think it would be cool if like this was, if this Dark Shadow was to Sertology what Phantom Ganon is to Ganondorf. That would be cool. I would be so on board for that. They don't even know about Shadow Ganon. No, what? Okay, first off, Phantom Ganon is in Tears of the Kingdom. And if you are not old enough to have played Tears of the Kingdom, then you are not old enough to be online. I'm just saying. That game's not that old. Yeah, like yeah. I mean, maybe they never ran into Phantom Ganon in Tears of the Kingdom, but he's there. He's in there. He's in there for sure. I mean, Fine on Flame Reaver is also a pretty good comparison as well. Like a shadow clone version of yourself that's like not quite you, but has a lot of the same characteristics of you. Sertology is Flame Reaver. The only thing I hesitate to say about the Flame Reaver is that like Finon and the Flame Reaver are at odds with each other, whereas Phantom Ganon and Ganon are master and subordinate. You know what I mean? So to me, they're different. But it'll depend on how this Dark Shadow behaves now, won't it? We don't know. I mean, he's fighting Skirk. I don't know if that's friendly combat or if it's, you know, something else. Have you ever played Okami? Yes, I love Okami. Bro just called us BOTW fans ancient. Is Phantom Ganon in Breath of the Wild? I can't remember. I think he is. Has everyone forgotten Genshin was called Breath of the Waifu? Oh no, I haven't. I still remember that viral clip of that one guy smashing his PlayStation because Genshin posted like reveals and stuff. He was so mad. Was it a PlayStation? I can't remember. He smashed some game console. No Ganon. Oh, right, the Blights. Right. I don't usually think of those as Phantom Ganons, but technically, yes. Technically, yes. But the reason I was looking at this one specifically is because Phantom Ganon is creepy. Like he looks like this in Tears of the Kingdom. Whereas the Blights don't really look like Ganon. So, you know, this thing's always like a joy to encounter in the overworld. Always. Always a joy. Always a joy. I get jump scared by him every time. Never fails. Yeah. I have a sneaking suspicion that Amphorius in general basically foreshadows the entirety of Genshin from start to finish. Which is what it is, I guess. The hands, the horrible hands. Yes. I know you fight versions of Ganon inside the Divine Beast, but they're Blights. They're not Phantom Ganon. You know what I mean? Like, they're different. Different. Because, like, the Blights look different. Like, these are the Blights. They're different, right? Like, to me, I know they're you know, creations of Ganon, but, like, they're Blights. They don't quite feel like they're not Phantoms. They don't feel like the Phantoms. They're just kind of, I don't know. I don't think of them the same way. They feel different. I guess in theory they're kind of. This is irrelevant. This is completely irrelevant to what I was initially going for. You started playing Genshin because you were sad Breath of the Wild was over? Yeah, me too! That's exactly why I picked it up. Blights do not equal Phantom Ganon. Yeah, see, I'm inclined to agree, but I just kind of like... It's just a different vibe, man. It's just a different vibe. If you've ever played the Forest Temple in Ocarina of Time, you would know it's just a different vibe. Totally different vibe. You didn't like the Breath of the Wild sequel, Tears of the Kingdom? I did, but I think Tears of the Kingdom is I don't mean to go off topic, but I think Tears of the Kingdom is objectively a better game. However, half the battle when it comes to how things feel and how they resonate with you and stuff is timing. And I personally think that Tears of the Kingdom had horrendously bad timing, whereas Breath of the Wild had perfect timing, you know? Because, like, Tears of the Kingdom came out during a time when I think a lot of people were experiencing open world fatigue because so many games had started going the open world route. And so a lot of the novelty, which was what made Breath of the Wild feel special and amazing when it first came out, a lot of that wasn't able to assist with Tears of the Kingdom. So I think that's part of it. I can make the same argument for a lot of the games that, you know, claim to be Genshin killers in a lot of ways, you know, because, like, it's not like they're bad games in their own right, but, like, the reality is, like, Genshin got to where it is partly because it's a good game, you know, but, like, you have to admit that a lot of Genshin's success is attributed to incredible timing, right? Incredible timing. Came out after Breath of the Wild, like a year or so, 2, something like that. Rode those coattails, and then pandemic when everyone was inside playing video games. Like, you couldn't manufacture better timing. You really couldn't. And I honestly think that's a lot of the reason why a lot of other games, which are either just as good or even better in a lot of aspects, haven't been able to achieve the same virality as Genshin. You know what I mean? Timing is almost everything, and it's really hard to manufacture that. Hard. 4 years later, no, I can't remember. I feel like I played Breath of the Wild late, so for me, I only remember it being like a year or two after. But again, I'm time blind. So me talking about timing is a little bit funny. So I'm actually the worst person to ask about that. You were the one who asked for better advice, or sorry, you were the one who asked me for advice when Simi Lanka happened. I'm doing a lot better now by following the Get a Better LinkedIn GitHub advice, by the way, so slay. Awesome. Proud of you. Good job. Awesome. 1995 was 5 years ago, right? Shut up. Shut. Oh, you're horrible. 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 Anyway, I got really distracted. I'm sorry. Spencer Dario, thank you for your super that happened forever ago, and I saw and then got promptly distracted and it didn't. All I know is after what happened with Capitano, I'm not getting my hopes up for Dottore. I still think. Okay, you know what? I'll give you hope. I will give you more than hope. I will give you cope. Okay? Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. If the theory that Tora-looking thing that the Abyss sibling has is the story of Conria, then not Capitano, but Thrain will be in that story. So if that story starts to merge with Tevat or take it over, or you can like cross over between them, then Capitano might not be playable, but maybe his alternate story counterpart of Thrain will be. Huh? Possibility? Is that good cope? Is it? I think it's good cope. Cannonless, thank you for the super. Confirmed Tevat is glowy Minecraft. I mean, there's a lot of cubes. If you think about it, anything on a pixel-based display is Minecraft. All pixels. It's just we're just high-resolution Minecraft. Everything is high-resolution Minecraft. Cyrus Gold 7, thank you for the super. What are your thoughts on the 2 Paimons, bronze from the game and gold Paimon from the system website? Plus, Focalor's sword is part of her crown. I don't think Focalor's sword is part of her crown, but they do look somewhat similar, but that's not totally like against expectations, because like it's not so much about Focalor, but about the authority that Focalor would have inherited, right? Because like Focalor inherited authority from Egeria. Egeria inherited authority from Tiberius. Wow, we have a name for that now. That's wild. So like it could be more of a reference to that, right? I hesitate to comment on the other one because I have made theories about it before. I feel like a lot of people won't like my logic here because I have to go back to Star Rail again. But in Amphorius, right? Like we have Cyrene and we have Mem. And I think everyone's pretty much in agreement that whether or not Mem is Cyrene, like they're related. They're very closely related, right? So the way I see it, I personally think Cyrene is like a core consciousness within the scepter, which basically means like they're like an overseer that helps run the world. That's my current stance. So if that's the case, then Mem is like Paimon in that case. So there should be a Paimon-esque Cyrene, you know, somewhere, who should be running things. And because digital constructs, stuff like that, I kind of think it might be the Paimon. Like, our little buddy Paimon might be like a little assistance program of the core program Paimon. You know what I mean? I think that's possible. Because Hoyo really likes echoing narratives across their games. Like, even if they add differences and twists to keep them all somewhat unique, the sheer number of times that multiple games of theirs have had more or less the same core storylines and themes going at the same time, or like in very close succession, I'd be rich if I got like $10 every time that happened. I'd be able to take every person here in this chat out to dinner. Be a very expensive dinner, but you know what I mean. It'd be like, I'm also exaggerating a bit, but you get the idea, right? Like, it happens a lot. Which is partially why when I say like, oh no, the teams don't have a lot of crossover, when they say that in developer interviews, I'm just like, that's such bullshit. Yes, they do. You don't zeitgeist like this consistently if you don't have crossover and teams talking to each other and like meetings between creative director heads that are discussing these themes together. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't happen. You would have far exceeded the critical mass of coincidences that you could possibly have at that point. You would have exhausted them in year one. Reference point for Nahida and Triby? Yeah. Nahida and Triby is a great example of that, you know? Like, even if you want to go a step further, you could even just say, like, maybe Phainon and Paimon are the same thing. Maybe Phainon is gonna replace Cyrene. Maybe Paimon is supposed to replace whoever's up there. And that's why the system's named. I don't know. Have I played the No ZZZ story? No, but I'm dying to. I'm doing it tomorrow. Obviously, because like I was gonna do it today, and then I had the family thing. Like, I was gonna do the stream in the morning, and then I was gonna do Zenless later throughout the day, and then family stuff kind of threw a wrench in that. So I get to do it tomorrow. I got a lot to do. I am so excited. I peeked in the spoiler chat for Zenless for season 2. I peeked in there. It was I got something right. Also, for those of you who are in here who actually do play Zenless, I finally realized what Carol Arna's last name is a reference to, because it's been bugging me, because I know I'd heard it. I couldn't figure out where it came from. And it's the name of a water buffalo. That was where I heard it. So I'm like, finally! I remember the thing. This makes me happy. Sorry. Not playing Zenless until they fix the controller button mapping problems. Oh, I don't know how bad they are. Like I said, I haven't played it yet. We'll see. Oh, Kuno! Damn, thank you. Dinner fun. Let's go. All right, everyone's chipping in for dinner. Is that how this is gonna work? Are we gonna have a lore and gorge? What's a word that rhymes with lore? That would be eating. A gorge on lore? Or gorge? I don't know. Oh. Oh. See, apparently I don't have the kind of mind that you guys have because I didn't go there. Worth it. Oh, that's so funny. It didn't even occur to me. I'm sitting here going, there has to be a word that rhymes with this. And my mind did go to omnivore or carnivore, but then I didn't even think of it in that context. That's funny. I like it. I like it, but I don't want to have that happen. Not do that. I think we'll stick to lore spores. Thank you. Mushroom grilling section. Miss Famous. Listen! Listen! It does sound like that. Why can't you ban terms in here? Because I did not give you that kind of power, and I have no intention to, because the chaos gives me strength. Obviously, I have lost the plot on the actual lore here. This is probably the point at which I have run out of useful things to say. Doesn't mean I've observed everything, but you know. I don't even know what powers you've given you. Yeah, I do. What if that NPC is just something made up by the Weave device by Lumen? Yeah. No, I think she came out of the device. Like, she escaped the device and now she's disoriented, and that's why she's in here. Like, she left the book. She's like those toy soldiers from Constellation Metropole. Right? Because you remember, like, at the end of that quest, like, you could, if you did the lighthouse quest, you could actually find those two in Fontaine. You remember that? Like that. A smorgasbord of lore. I like that one. That one's better. That was better. That's better. Like that. That's good. What? What do you mean, what? Wait, did you not know that? Did you not know you could do... Okay, hold on. I guess some people didn't know you could... Hold on. Where it is. I know where it is. Of 4.5678. Wake up, Dane. Dane's is the name of my my footage backup drive. And it's a spinning hard drive, so I actually have to like... Oh, actually, you can see that. I forgot. I didn't swap it back to the, whatchamacallit. Anyway. Remember this? You can talk to these guys. Well, you actually can't. They just say something. That's it. They just show up here. Anyway. Yeah. You can't the Nilu stage? Oh no, you can talk to the ones in the Nilu stage, yeah, but these ones here, I don't think you can talk to these two in particular. These are the ones from the lighthouse mini, like, side quest, whereas the ones that Nilu has, those are the ones from the actual voice part of the quest. Come on, Dane, wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. No, not you, leave. You're fine, buddy. Stay down. Okay.
A wonderful.
Hey, you can talk to them.
Indeed.
Like,
But,
here's Almond
Madam
and
Fair, I believe the dog over there has been
Robert.
staring at us for quite a while.
Ah, that's Swaff. Don't worry, he's a good dog. He doesn't bite.
Yeah.
That's a good boy.
Only from one specific ending. Oh, right, they had 2 endings.
No
I
eating the frogs and
forgot.
hamsters here, okay? No eating.
I missed this quest.
Ah, what a well-behaved doggy. You see, Stream? I told you, didn't I? The outside world.
Oh, it was Stream. Okay, they didn't take the other one. The
You were right.
I was thinking about the princess squirrel and the other frog. Yeah. Yeah, those ones you can actually talk to, but the clockwork people you can't. They should have added some. They really should have. Like, okay, when they added Mini Durin into paralogism, they 100% should have made an effort to add Simulanka back into the game permanently. That is like one of the big quests that I feel like should be a part of the main game. Especially because it's one of the constructs of the witches, right? If we're gonna get to know them and their stuff is becoming actually lore relevant, like in the main plot, then we should have that. Don't you think? Wait, why are you guys looking? I wasn't serious about contributing to a dinner fund. That was a joke. It's a joke. Stop it. I mean, thank you, Razorclaw and Luke, but stop it. Don't. Hope for mobile resource management being the first step, they add the events in permanently. That would be nice. I will say, Zenless has, in year 2, added the ability for us to delete and download resources at will on all devices, as far as I can tell. I believe they already had it to an extent for mobile, but they expanded it to PC already. So, like, I really feel like that's something they should be doing for all of their games, especially games, now that these games are so friggin' long. Like, right, like, you look at Genshin, huge areas to explore and that kind of stuff. It's a little hard to get rid of map data. Like, getting rid of some of the bigger stuff, you know, like voice packs, cutscenes, temporary domains, that kind of stuff, like that frees up a lot, you know? Have you seen the feather when you open the Adventurer's Handbook? Yes, it's pretty familiar, isn't it? Makes you wonder if it didn't belong to you originally. It's in the settings? Yes! Awesome. Fantastic. Did you get the age verification? I didn't get it for some reason. I think it's region dependent. Yeah. I said stop! Thank you. That's extremely generous of all of you. Thank you, I'm getting tired and now I'm getting even more dyslexic than usual. Sylviana, thank you for your super. You'll have 2 number 9s and a number 9 large, please. 2 number 9s and a number 9 large. So are you technically getting 3 number 9s? 2 smalls, 1 large? Is that not the same as getting 2 large number 9s? The number 9. Can you get an extra number 6 with extra dip? Are we playing 999 now? Vegan water. Oh, okay, but like, listen, you say vegan water like it's a joke, but like seriously, if you think about what vegan water would be, like if you actually tried to make that a real thing, it would basically be distilled water, and that is all my parents drink right now is distilled water. Like they distill all of their water, and now they add minerals to it because it's actually toxic to eat or to drink only distilled water. So like. You have to get water. Like, they won't let you drink water from the tap. You have to get it from the distilled water jug, and then you have to take this eyedropper full of, I don't even know what minerals are in it or how much or the density or anything, and you have to put that in the glass and just guess how much you've remineralized the water. It's a bit, yeah. Anyway. Oh, Razor Claw, thank you so much. Come on, this is how much we love you. More dinner funds. All right, I will make a fancy-ish dinner this week, I guess. Oh, that does remind me. I'm gonna sign off here in a bit. I know that this is a lot. This is a lot, and I have a lot of thoughts I don't even know how to articulate. But I feel like that's a good place to leave it. But I will say, I am a month late on delivering the giveaway I was promising. For once, it wasn't my fault because this time I wanted to try and give away some physical prizes. So I was trying to get permission from the suppliers of said prizes. I finally got that. And also I took my mods won't believe me, but I did take time off. Which is probably why I sound better. I think I was just burned out in general, like on life. So I took some time off. I relaxed. I worked with some wood. I tore out my windows. I retiled my bathroom, among other things, and I feel a lot better about everything. Everything's now water on a duck's back. So that's cool. But anyway, so because I took time off and I was also waiting on confirmation of giveaway stuff, I'm late. But I do have a really big giveaway planned with real physical prizes and also some Welkin / battle passes for a game of your choice. I'm happy to do it for Genshin, Zenless, Star Rail, or really just those three right now. Really just those three right now. That's not a break, but home. That is a break for me. Home renovations are a break for me. Dude, okay, today I met a tiler, like a professional tiler, and he was bitching about how like there's no one going into that trade right now. He's like, I've been having such a hard time finding good help on my projects. He's like, there's no apprentices coming in. Like, I can't find anybody. He's like, when I'm unable to do these projects by myself, I'm just gonna have to retire. Like, I can't pass this trade on to anybody. I'm just like, that sounds like fun. Because tilers make really good money. And you can make your own schedule, which is very relaxed. And that's something I absolutely love to do, is to build things. I had so much fun tiling my bathroom. And then he was just like, oh, hey, no, give me your number. I do all these like really big fancy ass houses. Like we're talking like $1 million mini mansions, right? Off these island properties. And all of the tile that they get for those is like this crazy custom ordered stuff, right? And you have to always order a crap ton of extra because if you're short, it's going to take months to order more if you didn't order enough. So he's got like, I don't know, 30, 60 square feet of all this like really extremely high end tile from like God knows how many projects. He's just like, yeah, no, just I'll text you and then we'll meet up and you can take the tile. Before anyone says that's creepy, he's a friend of a family member, so it's not creepy. I know a lot of contractors. This is just the first like specialized tiler I've met. I was really excited about it because like I was hunting tile. Else. Anyway, how's the HSR 3.3 story? It's passable. I feel like a lot of people a lot of people bawled their eyes out. I found it very difficult to get emotionally involved because the pacing was very weird. I still think HSR is a huge pacing problem. But the lore of it was really cool. The environments were really cool. I thought, like, at its core, the story was fine. I just thought it had, again, pacing problems. Big pacing problems. But it really depends. Like, some people don't mind that. It bothers me because despite being incredibly long-winded, when it comes to writing stories, How do I put this? Brevity is the source of wit. That's how I like to think about it. If you can convey the same amount of emotion in 2 lines that you were attempting to do in 50, you should always choose the 2. That's what I think. I think just a lot of stuff in Star Wars storytelling overstays its welcome. And then that waters down the emotional impact. And that just, it stands out to me so much and it bugs me. And that makes it harder for me to like immerse. That makes sense. So I'm still here. You took a nap and came back. Yeah, of course I'm still here. I ain't going anywhere. Just kidding. I am going to go somewhere. I've been on the go all day. And tomorrow we play Zenless. Tomorrow we do work on the HSR recap because I have a theory/lore video that's with Harley right now for editing. So I can do that. And I'm also I'm building a cabinet. Don't judge me. I'm building a cabinet. My house isn't square. I can't always buy the cabinet I want. Won't fit. I had to build this one. Pain in the ass. Blue Cat, thank you for the super. Really love your videos. Thank you for the good lore. Thank you for supporting my nonsense. I wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. I hope you guys know that. Weirdly lucky to be in this situation. Cameron, thank you for the super. Hi, do you think the girl with the flower on the head is actually disguised Lumine that went to the past? And Skirk reminds me of an abyssal Lumine. I don't know why. Oh, sorry. So yes and no and no and yes. I don't think the brown-haired girl with the flowers in her hair is disguised Lumine because that'd be really strange. From a narrative perspective, like it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. The eyes are different, like too different. They're in the same screen at the same time, which is also a bit odd. So I don't think that. However, what I will say is that ever since, year 1, there's been kind of like a crack theory that people like, that Dainsleif is actually the traveler, like Ether, but aged up and older. And the issue is always, well, where is Lumine? And now that Skirk kind of looks like Lumine, you could make a really fun crack case that Lumine or that Skirk is future Lumine and Dainsleif is future Ether. I think that's kind of fun as like a thought experiment. I don't think they'd go that route. Like, I don't think Hoyo would really do that. But I think it's a fun what if, I think that's a really fun what if. Actually, didn't we see Ether and that girl hold hands? Oh, I think they were like huddling in horror at something they saw. Oh, speaking of which, that's something they saw. Saw someone mention this earlier this morning. I can't remember who it was. I'm so sorry, but this wasn't my original thing. But A was on the screen, and she reminded me of this. Do you remember how in one of A's voice lines she was talking about like there was like this thing that she saw in the Conrian Cataclysm, and she never really expands on it, but she's just kind of like really hesitant to talk about it. It's just like a thing that she can't describe. I was wondering if what Ether and the other Conrian lady are looking at might be the thing. Flame Reaver isn't future Phynon, though, you don't think? We'll see. Someone mentioned that at Discord. Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. I said it wasn't my idea. I can't remember who mentioned it, though. That's all I'm saying. Would that thing just be Jibby? Maybe Jibby in the morning. Sorry, Jimmy. Low-hanging fruit. Anyway, I've already said, but Dane has a brother that's the sinner, right? Yeah, that's the thing. Is this theory kind of like occurred, you know, it was in year 1. We didn't know about Dane's brother until towards the end of year 3. So there's that. Oh, it was later than that. Last year. Anyway. Late reaction. They didn't react much to Renova's eye, though, which in my opinion was kind of crazy. Yeah, but Renova's eye was just kind of sitting there. It wasn't doing anything, which means that whatever the thing is like an actual abomination that might be actually causing real damage. Like, I kind of look at it, that reaction that they had in the trailer to, I liken it to how they looked at Gasoithoth. You know what I mean? Like, when they looked at Renova, it was kind of no big deal. No one was panicking. It wasn't doing anything. It wasn't hurting anybody. But you looked at Gasoithoth, and that thing was about to, you know, decimate the whole country. Of course you looked at it in horror. It's more like that to me. He's so mean to me, and for no reason. I have plenty of reasons. I have receipts. I have receipts, man. Mean to me. Do you think all of the Hexen Circle will be playable, save for maybe N? I hope so. Will they? I don't know. Do I want them to be? Yes. It is my mission to collect every dragon and every witch. I will have them all. All of them. I'm currently I'm skipping Skirk because I'm saving for Durin and any future witches right now. So I'm sorry, Skirk. I might take your sword instead and give it to Kaya. You let this one slide, but you're on thick ice, Bucko. Are you letting it slide because I'm on ice? Slippery? Barbelleth, Nicole, and Alice, I think, have the most potential to be playable, for sure. Because, like, Ivanovna is, I think, dead. M is also dead. Who else do we know of? Oh, potentially, depending on if she's real or fictional, there's Octavia. She could be something. I'm mixed on Gold. I would love Gold to be playable, but I feel like if they give us a playable Shade of Life, that's gonna be freaking wild. Like, what power level do we have to be on for that? You know what I mean? I feel like Gold would be the last one playable. Anything. Isn't Octavia a Magic the Gathering card? I don't know. Or is it? Eric C, thank you so much. Just wanted to say thank you for all of the content. I watch your videos religiously. Oh, don't do that. Watch them ironically. It'll be so much more fun, I promise. Religion is very serious business. I am not serious business. We're not in the business of being serious. We're in the business of having fun. I hope those of you who play Star Rail like this latest Star Rail lore / theory video, because I went off the rails a little bit. It's super fun. If you always fall asleep during speeches by the Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, do you have narcolepsy? Yes. Yes, you do. I like it. That was good. That was good. It was great. Does the Hexen Circle not give a fuck about the Loom of Fate project? I would say, you know what? if anything, I would say that the Hexen Circle probably is the one who released that information, that it was possible to make one. I bet you. I bet you that's the case. I bet that's where the information came from. Just think about it. Like if we're onto something with the loom actually being a storybook, like the scrolls that Lumine was holding, if we're onto something with that, then like we have to look at how Alice and M and everyone look at stories, and how Simulanka was like a reflection of Tevat. Like they have the technology. They know how it works. You know? Why wouldn't they leak that to somebody else? Why wouldn't they? Are the witches helping the Abyss Order? No, I don't think so. The witches are kind of off doing their own thing. I would think that, like, if they're helping the Abyss Order, it's kind of like tangentially. You know, like they're not doing it directly, but like something they do might help something the Abyss Order wants to do, or, you know, like maybe their goals align for a bit, that kind of thing. I don't think they would actively help. I don't think that's the case. Your daughter turned 25 this August. I earned the right to tell dad jokes. Dude, you earned the right to tell dad jokes the moment you became a dad. At least I'm assuming dad. No one tells mom jokes. What are mom jokes? Are mom jokes just bad? Are dad jokes bad but like funny because they're bad, but mom jokes are like bad, just bad? My mom can't tell jokes. Neither can my dad. Anyway, this was a good live stream. It was, indeed. I am here for it. I am here for it. I'm very excited. Not necessarily, I will say, I'm still hesitant about the story. But then again, I've never really been on board with Genshin storytelling. It's always been very basic, not that great in general. And it's been hard carried by their world building and endearing characters, in fairness. So there's that. I still don't think this is a smart direction for Hoyo to take with the game. But it ain't my game. I ain't the boss. I don't make any choices. And I basically live off of lore. So if they're going to give me more lore, all right, let's go. Let's hope nothing's lost in the process. We'll see. This is lore. Lore is different from story. Understand that. Lore is very different from story. Very different. You can have a phenomenal story and terrible lore. You can have incredible lore and a shit story. Have great versions of both. You can have shit versions of both. Like, there's a difference. I love the lore and the world building and all that other kind of stuff because it makes it feel like it's living and breathing and it's interesting and it pushes me to learn about things and research things and talk to other people and, you know, like puzzle things together. Whereas the story is kind of vanilla. It's not bad. Not that interesting, but it's fine. I like vanilla ice cream. I like vanilla cake. It's not my favorite kind of ice cream or cake, but it's fine. So, you know. Am I kind of worried that by storifying the lore, it'll make it too shallow than if they just left it how it was? Oh, if shallow is how I would describe it. I think making the lore more accessible in general is a good thing because it does make my job of theorizing a lot easier. You know? Because instead of spending like 15 minutes explaining how I got to whatever the conclusion is or what obscure quest lore bit this one tiny little, you know, line was from, like I can point to something in a pretty easy to achieve place and people will know what it is, right? Like that's actually very convenient for someone like me. I kind of worry a little bit more about the idea of storifying the lore as necessarily making it more shallow. But maybe kind of taking away some of that discovery process, I guess. Shallow just doesn't feel like the right word. I know what you mean by it, though. It depends on how it's done. It depends on how it's done. So we're just gonna have to wait and see. We're just gonna have to wait and see. There's ways it can be done well. There's ways it can just absolutely be horrible and backfire. All of it's possible. I just realized there's nothing on screen. I wasn't even looking at my screen. It's all about ideas are cheap and execution is everything. You know what I mean? Like you can say you're gonna do something, and if you do it badly, like it doesn't matter if it was a good idea. Execute it bad. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter if it was like if you can have a good idea and execute it. But you can have a good idea and execute it really well too. So we'll see. We'll see. I do feel like it's too soon for me to say anything on that front because I haven't seen anything. I know this company's track record doesn't fill me with a lot of confidence, but I'm always happy to be surprised. I would love to be optimistic about it. So that's what I'm going to be. Whatever lore they give me, whatever format I'm going to take, it'll be fine. So, you know what I mean? People who dig deep into games will enjoy Genshin more than what HSR does. HSR is just too big. HSR is really big. Like, Tevat is like a world. It's like a series of countries. HSR is a universe. Like, you're talking differences of scale that's like completely incomparable. You know what I mean? Like, it's... Once you get to a scale that's like a universe level, you have so many factions, you have so many planets, so many cultures, so many gods and myths and companies and everything. Like, it's so big. But it's not big in a way that's easy for us to conceptualize as individuals, you know? Because, like, there's a limit to how big we can relate to something before it's too big for us to imagine within our personal parameters, you know, like with our personal experiences. And I think HSR kind of like breaks those boundaries a bit because of how not only big the scale of the game is, but also how deep they go into the lore with it. Genshin, they can go a lot deeper into the lore with things, I feel like, because the world is smaller. That's actually something I really like about Zenless too, is because Zenless has a similar thing where it's like, because it's a small world, it's a lot easier to get into the nuances, and it feels a bit more like the factions aren't these nebulous things. They're actually like more tangible. But who's my current most favorite Chrysos heir? I would like you to guess one first, and then I'll tell you. Because in my opinion, if you can't guess my favorite Chrysos heir, you were not paying attention. Okay, most of you are correct. It is Anaxa. I can't stand Phynon. He drives me crazy. Anaxagoras is the correct answer. Yes. You all didn't think Anaxa. Just shaking my head. Just shaking my head. Shaking my head. You think I'm really not gonna go for the alchemist that actually lore bombs everything for us about how like the mechanics of the world work, but also is like completely insufferable, but is also a bizarre mix of Alhaitham and Otto and like a billion other really annoying know-it-all archetypes. Yeah. No. I can't stand Finon, I'm sorry. I know a lot of people really like him. I can't stand him. I can't stand Finon to the extent that a lot of people can't stand Paimon. It's pretty bad. I think it's hurting my Amphorius experience a little bit. Cypher's cool too, yeah, but she's not my favorite. I like her, but she's not my favorite. I honestly think a lot of the reason I don't like Finon is because I don't like Kevin. It's based on Kevin. Oh yeah, they are holding hands. Look at that. What do I think of Cypher? Cypher's cool. I like her. She's just not my favorite. There's a difference. Difference. Anaxa is like if you blended Alhaitham and Fischl together. I feel like that's kind of what you would get. He's fun. What's my opinion on Aglaya? I don't have an opinion on Aglaya. I'm pretty neutral on her. It's fine. You guys are a little bit behind me, so I don't know what Jibby's oh my god waiting me for. And now I have to wait. I have to wait. Yeah, he even did the feeble scholar thing. Yeah, exactly. Anaxa's theater killed Alhaitham. That just means that he's technically like the blend of Kaveh and Alhaitham, though, because like Kaveh's the theater kid too. Just saying. It's just he's in his splash art. He's doing a Fischl pose. Like he's posing like Fischl with like the glint in his eye and the one hand over it, kind of bend backwards kind of thing. And Axa was Deshret all along. Close enough. Deshret and Axa, they're both apocalypse archetypes in the Hoyoverse. And they tend to be some of my favorite. Oh, that is my alarm. I'm actually having to be done now. That's my alarm. My alarm. That's it. We're done. We're done. We're done. Official babysitter. That would be friggin' funny. Official would be the best babysitter in the sense of like, you would come home from your night out and your kid, like your 2-year-old, be sitting there going, cool pose. Super cool pose. I'm a bird. Trying to pronounce all these like really crazy long words that has no idea what it means, but it's just kind of like that'd be so funny. Be full of feathers that pulled them all out of Oz. You thought Jibby was the alarm? Oh, I don't listen to Jibby. He can't be my alarm. My thoughts on Hyacinth? I like her more than Barbara. I think she's undercooked though. I think they undercooked her. They should have I really think this is part of like them having 13 characters in Amphorius though. We haven't even seen half of them, but many of them yet, but like a lot of them are a little underbaked, unfortunately, which kind of sucks. I do wish that they'd give them a little more time because like it felt like we kind of met Hyacinth and then she had to do her thing and we didn't really get a chance to like get to know her very well beyond her healer role, and that was kind of unfortunate. Do I have a Discord? I do. But because I have a very small mod team and they're very nice and I don't want to piss them off, we do use the YouTube membership as a filter to get in, but like once you're in, like you don't need to keep your membership. It's just kind of like an are you human verification. Keeps the bots out, keeps spam out, helps, you know, helps my mod team not burn out and not hate me. So there's that. But if you don't like YouTube memberships, you can always DM me over on Ko-fi. I don't think you need to pay anything on Ko-fi to DM me for a thing, and I'll just give you a link. It's really just a filtration method, like a pre-moderation thing, you know. So anyway, look out this coming week for giveaway information for my 250,000 subscriber celebration that I'm over a month late to. What else is new? That'll be fun. I'm very excited about it. Very excited about it. That'll be next week. And yeah, I'm very excited for this. I'm very excited for this. This is going to be a good teaser, a good test to see how Hoyoverse is going to be handling upcoming chapters. Be a very good test. Let's see. Paralogism was pretty good. I still think it had pacing issues. I'm still mad about Semilanka not being permanent. Still that was a missed opportunity. But overall, pretty good. Pretty good. Road to 500,000. I think I'm gonna retire before I hit 500,000. If I hit 500,000, I'm retiring. Anyway, I am gonna sign off. It's 11 o'clock. Thank you guys for being here. Thanks for showing up. I hope you had fun. And if you didn't, I'm sorry. But know that you were here out of your own free will. So take care, everybody. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. I gotta click the button. Hit the button. 3, 2, 1.